5, 7 seconds. Fuck. Listen to that dearly beloved while we have the drink.
Welcome to the stream. Galactic Matches. At 6,000 subscribers, I will do this same challenge in Pokemon Crystal Legacy, so don't forget to hit that button you won. How are you?
I'm doing good. Also, somebody is excited for my suffering. Hold on, let me just adjust this so that it shows up properly.
Which emulator do you use? You don't have to tell me.
I'd say use what emulator you prefer, but I'm using the OG Visual Boy Advance, or VBA for short. Come on, phone. There we go. Whew, okay. Yeah, we're good. I'm too used to analog stick. To the left analog stick. I'm just gonna fix that real quick. Yeah. So we're gonna evolve Meryl into a Zoomerl before we start on Whismur. I found out that the male is actually a little bit high level.
Did you take a look at Super Pokemon Smash? I'm not going to pester you.
I did not. I've already got my plate full. I'm sorry.
Can you speak louder, please?
Alright, here, hold on. I can turn up my mic. I have it at negative 3.5 decibels. Let's turn to negative 2. Excuse me, I just need to. I haven't gotten to eat today. Okay. Okay, Vulpix. Sure. I'm getting like no time to do real life stuff. There we go. I should probably mention that it is preferable to do this Professor Oak challenge on a dry battery and have the so you can set your time at the beginning to low tide. To a time where Shoal Cave will be at low tide. Fortunately, I can just change my computer's clock to set it to low tide. Oh my god! I think it should just be like. Get ready for just this. Wait, hold on. Let me just there we go.
Smith Plays Pokemon made a new Pokemon game. The name of it is called PBS Kids Fire Red.
Just give me 1 second.
X.
I don't believe you. Especially not Smith Plays. You need water type food now.
Showcase Super Pokemon Smash please after your challenge.
I'm actually sorry, Galactic, but I've actually already got a roadmap ahead of me. Along with this at the same time as this Professor Oak challenge, I am going to be doing a brand new randomizer. This time a much more chaotic randomizer in Emerald. I turned on all the settings in version where I turned on all the settings that I had. Afterwards, I'll be doing retro achievements in Super Mario Mon. Since more than likely by then, the retro achievements for Chain of Memories will have wrapped up.
I really love that hack.
Yeah, I am staying away from gameplay of it to keep myself pretty blind. Although I did look at the, I did spoil myself a little bit by checking out as there are a couple of missable achievements. Oh, pick up, gotta get that. Hold on, when does Mara get a water move again? In this hack. Level 10, okay. I think I...
Do you know Pokemon Fire Ash?
I think I do. There are a lot of hacks that try to replicate the anime. One of the first ones was Ash's Quest. And then there was Ash Gray, which I want to say is discontinued. Does Yellow Legacy count as? Does Yellow Legacy count? I mean, it does try to. Follow the anime a little bit better. Here, I swear I'm hearing something.
Smith plays Pokemon is making Fire Red Legacy. It has Pikachu as a starter.
No, he is not. I think I did see that there was a hack inspired by the Legacies trilogy. That's a little bit risky, but whatever. No EXP share until the next section.
You're my favorite Pokemon YouTuber.
Bold statement. Oh, wow, double thing. How about the Kingdom Hearts content? How about my Kingdom Hearts content? What are you thinking about that?
My brother plays Kingdom Hearts, I don't really do that.
You're with that, man. Although I'd say don't bother with unless you want to like get the trophy. Unless you want to like get trophies or something, slash achievements or whatever. Don't just skip Rechain of Memories. I was actually planning on doing it before I was actually originally going to do that in my Kingdom Hearts marathon. But then I thought, you know what, it might, you know what, it's a, you know what, even though I don't, you know what, it might, I might as well.
Fire Red has official sequel.
Yeah, Heart Gold. So 5% chance to miss there. There's Water Gun. Alright, Alright. Alright, Vulpix. Alright, no need to switch for Vulpix now. That was slow though.
It's called Pokemon Pikachu Sparky Yellow Edition.
That's not official. I should get these other Zigzagoon to level 11 just so that they have just so that they can get so that they have access to another tier.
Can you please make me a moderator?
After only 2 streams, hold off on that. Oh, false swipe, perfect. We actually do want to learn this for future. To make the future a little bit easier.
I'm the perfect boy for the job.
Argue though. mean, sure, you could definitely get spam bots, but otherwise? Oh, it was. Oh, Vulpix was about to go for Roar, I think. Again, it.
What's your favorite Pokemon crossover hack?
I don't really know. I haven't really played, I guess, any? you just retract the message because I didn't really have a good answer. Okay, how about I ask you a question then? What's your favorite quality of life hack or in Pokemon? It's not just quality of life. Not just quality of life. Like, kind of, like, just added stuff. Just added, like, something that adds new story events or something like that. Well, aside from the Legacy trilogy.
Please make me a moderator. I make crossover galactic videos.
Crossover galactic videos? God, please stop lowering my accuracy. It's getting enough. It's getting annoying. Cut you down to size. That sounded morbid. I apologize. Alright, level 15. I think we're gonna heal up and then make our way to Reserve Tunnel. I think that might have a little bit more XP. We may have to, aside from a, well, it is for, well, it would be for the, well, the Geodude and Whismur would definitely be better. I might run away. I might have to run away from the Igglybuff. Also, I guess it wasn't going. So maybe it wasn't going to use Roar. I guess maybe that Vulpix wasn't going to use Roar.
Can I add DEKU to Pokemon Fire Red?
You know, maybe this is a, you know what, maybe Red Surf was a bad idea because of the level 5s.
Kalu is secretly One Punch Man.
Kalu. I know what you mean. I know what you mean, don't worry. Okay, yeah. And okay, yeah. Red Surf Tunnel was a bad idea. I never really care about Caillou, except for like those puppet sections. Although apparently that feeling was mutual. I really expected to be like an odd one out there. God, I so wanted to get on a bike, but that's next section. Both freaked. I forget, was it 15 or 18 that Meryl evolves? Dude, can we take it out? Oh yeah, okay, yeah, we can two-shot it. I'm gonna save real quick.
What happened to your other moderator?
You mean TB? I don't think he's gonna be coming today. Mainly because the beginning is so slow. What did I have written for you? For my exits are 18. Okay. I'll reset the game real quick. So let me reset the game real quick to get some in-game time back. Actually, you know what? I guess in that case, I could make you like a temporary moderator.
How did he become a moderator?
He's my friend. Standard moderator. There we go. Wait. I'm surprised Emulator hasn't went into stutter mode. What if it was the controller display that caused that?
Thank you so much.
It's mainly just a safety precaution. My mouse is kind of in my way. He survived? Wow. For Spoink and Puccina, I can switch into Preco to get some extra.
Which words should I ban?
It's not... Words aren't... Banned words aren't really necessary. Except for, that one... Except for, like, that one game that plagues the internet. I mainly just wanted to take care of spam bots. Yeah, sure, screw it. Let's learn Roleset. Just so that we... It's always a good idea to keep a bunch of attacking moves. Just so that I can... Just to kind of... Or reduce the need to go back to the Pokemon Center. By the way, you didn't answer my question on your personal favorite quality of life hack. I myself enjoyed Pokemon Ultraviolet. God damn it. You can definitely tell that that's the case because that was my first Professor Oak challenge. Yeah, now we can take out Taylor easy. God damn it. Potion, Repel, and Hyper Potion.
Can you teach me how to be a moderator?
I'm not really the best person, but again, you're kind of just a backup moderator for now. Like for in the event a spam bot comes up. That's pretty much your main job. Take care of any spam. Take care of any spam. Take care of any bots that pop up in the chat. More levels. I do have a surplus of rare candies, but I'm mainly saving those for later sections. And Pokemon that need a higher amount of EXP or higher level Pokemon. Like in this section we do have to get Exploud at level 40. But in section 2, we gotta get Metagross at level 45. And then in section 3, we gotta get Salamence at level 50. So yeah, I think the more rare candies I stock up, the better. God damn it. Well, I guess I kind of needed to do that anyways. I guess I could, like, I could use 5 rare candies on Loudred. $166 before we're only 1 level away. Could you imagine how long this would take if I left battle animations on?
Could you give me a secret name?
What would be the point? Thank you for not using Roar. Miss. Just 4 star, I guess. Well, yeah, I guess you can have a leftovers. Never will give you a leftovers this time. How much more experience do you need? 624. Okay. Use a couple of absorbs real quick.
Blaze the moderator, I like that. Could you name me that?
I'm just... I don't even know what to say to that. Ow.
Could you please give me access to block some words?
No. Almost done with Meryl. There we go. What am I doing? Okay. Now that Azumaro's done, let's go. We're gonna go on ahead and get started on Whismur. Once we've made significant enough progress, we can start grinding them along with others in the background. Oh, thank you, Soundproof. Alright. I need to check.
More people should come to your live stream.
Yeah, I know, right? Assange level 11. Oh, level. Stop sand attacking me!
I tried timing out myself with my moderation power.
Were you curious if you could do that? What was that, level 21? That sounded good. Actually, I could have used Astonish first point. I can use Astonish first point. I'm gonna do just Whismer until level 15. Then I'll also start including other Pokemon. You know, try to be as efficient as possible. How many power points? 5? Okay. 5? Okay. Through real quick, there we go. Apple, nice. And another rare cane. Wait, hold on. Put B up in front. And then switch train. There we go. Get you a little bit closer. Yeah, let's get, I guess we'll do C-Dot. There we go. We've exhausted all the trainers, and we currently don't have, and rematches aren't possible right now. So this is all we can really do. Oh, bullet seed, nice. Glad I didn't waste a TM. Ironically, it might have been faster just to switch over to Whismer. Damn it.
Why can't I block words?
I only made you a standard moderator.
What does standard mean for moderation?
You can pretty much just do standard things like timing out users. Yeah, Nature Power's not really gonna help right now. It's just gonna be Stun Spore. Unless it changes. Pick up.
I wish somebody would come to your stream that's bad so I can time them out.
Wow, man. You're pretty much only a moderator for this stream for now. Like, just you're a backup in case that happens. I'm gonna unmoderate you. I'm gonna unmoderate you after. You technically still haven't earned it yet.
Please don't, I'm really sorry.
How can I trust you?
I'm a pretty chill guy.
You weren't it didn't exactly seem that way yesterday. One more level for C-Dot.
Everybody makes mistakes.
Yeah, that is true.
So can you please just trust me and make me really powerful?
So here's the thing. Even TB is just a standard moderator. So you're technically on even footing.
He is what a twist.
Like 2 or 3 more battles.
You can trust me, just go on my channel.
Ugh, finally! It's root beer! It's not alcoholic root beer, YouTube! Don't get up my ass!
Why did you swear?
I always do. Should not heal up first. Alright, move on to Lotad.
I just got to be quiet and shut up.
I suppose chilling out could be a start. I have nuggets and I'm not selling them. Let me do that real quick. Oh, you want bubble? Well, you're just a big ol'
You should
asshole.
do an Earthbound Beginners Challenge, only use life up.
Yeah. Well, I might actually do it like Earthbound Zero. The Earthbound Zero. Wait, no, I have plenty of repel. But I thought I had revives. No, we don't.
Potato, potato.
I don't have the NES emulator though. Oops, forgot to switch them back around.
Let's have a Wi-Fi battle. I have Pokemon Fire Red.
How though? How will we do it though? That's what I want to know. Can you stop killing Ruleset, man?
Don't you want to see if my level 100 Shaggy?
Do we need I'm pretty sure we might need Parsec to be able to do that. To be able to like connect or something. I'm doing that.
Which is your favorite mother game?
I don't know.
I'm going down the South Park, going to have myself a time.
Okay. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. There we go.
I am kind of bored.
Well, this is what you signed up for. Don't forget that.
Do I have to serve you now? Curious.
What? What does that even mean? Ether.
Could you name Pidgey AJ?
We are nowhere near Pidgey. I should probably check if Nature Power still is still Stun Spore in this hack. Yeah, it is. Still level 12. One more level.
My profile picture was made with AI.
Okay. He's a roar. Damn it. There we go. $96. Oh, it's 2:30. Here we go.
Did you know Pokémon Red and Green was the first Pokémon game it released in Japan 1996?
Yes. That's not new news. They're the next lowest. Oh, that's true.
I have the beta.
You are so close. Oh my god. I really gotta pay attention. So you know what? Before I heal, let's get Robile. Nugget about it. Whew. Alright, let's get Masquerain. Let's get Masquerain out, so just so that we have, in order to get Sweet Scent. We'll pick up. Headbutt. Man, that is gonna be, that is definitely going to be annoying. When we do Crystal Legacy. I'm trying to think of what we can watch in the background. Oh.
Can I become a super moderator, please? It will be worth it.
No. Wing attack. Wing attack. Hold on, let me go on YouTube real quick. Let me see what's new real quick. Let me see what's interesting.
What if you can only pick one Pokemon game? Which one would you pick?
I don't know, man. My brain is fried right now. Okay, here we go. Why are you so big? You don't look very good. You look tired. Yeah. That's good. Actually, no, that won't work. Continue. There we go. That's good. Oh, great. There.
Greetings and salutations, everyone, and welcome to a game that gets too often forgotten. Persona 2 has become this.
Come on, emulator.
Series' definitive cult classic,
PK freeze
being
on your
revered for a
brain.
lot of its narrative and gameplay decisions, but also somehow being
you
left out of a
don't look
lot
very-
of modern conversation. But
But
I've
you
heard
look
rumors that
tired.
this game is too easy, and that the main character is so strong they can win most battles by themselves. So, let's make that rumor a reality. Can you beat Persona 2 Innocent
Check my channel out, please.
No.
Sin with only Tatsuya? The rules of Honor are simple. Only Tatsuya is allowed to have a quantifiable effect on anything. Nobody else is allowed to heal, talk to demons, attack in combat, nothing. But unlike SMT games where combat, nothing. But unlike SMT games where people can hit 0 HP, everyone will revive at 1 HP after a combat, which would mean we could theoretically use them as damage sponges. So how do we deal with that? Well, I initially experimented with some game shot codes I found for the PS1 version to set everybody's HP to 0. But as it turns out, characters only become knocked out if their HP is reduced to 0. And it can't be reduced to 0 if it already is. So setting everyone's HP to 0 somehow turned them into unkillable zombies. Which, while funny, is not what I wanted. Thankfully though, GBA temp user Lucky Cross had what I needed, having posted cheat engine codes to directly modify the game's values, most notably, whether or not a character is active. Throughout both Persona 2 games, characters will join and leave your party as the story progresses. When a character joins, the game sets them to active, and when they leave, they are made inactive. Being able to control these variables allows us to set every party member except Tatsuya to be permanently inactive, preventing anyone from joining our party of 1. This is also why we're using the PS1 fan translation, as I couldn't find equivalent codes for the PSP version. With the rules set, we open on some punks hassling us about our motorcycle, including our shithead principal, before naming ourselves the most shameless name I can think of. What I did not anticipate, however, was that naming myself Subscribe would mean that Lisa would walk up and...
Ah, there you are! Hey, hey! Sub!
Call me that, in front of my guidance counselor. So Lisa is here to tell us how some jerk from a rival high school, Kasagayama High,
I'm
went
absolutely
and
gonna do
kidnapped a
that.
girl named Hanaji from our school, and somehow this is our problem, so we go over there to sort it out, but she was just there because she wanted to be. And the leader, Ikichi Mishina, or Michelle as he calls himself, knew nothing about it. His mates just wanted him to invite me to their band and knew he would never ask us himself. But he caves and allows us to join, at least until Lisa goes and brings up his old habit of pulling people's pants down to humiliate them. So he decides to attack us with his persona, Radamantis. This causes Lisa to awaken to her own persona, to which Ikichi is shocked because I guess he thought he was the only one with a stay.
Sorry, it's so stuttery.
Which I suppose is reasonable.
Are you really about to let them steal your spotlight? You, who will bear the shield and sword against the trials of the world alone. I have emerged from the sea within your soul. I am thou. Thou art I. I am Volcanus!
Here I come, I am Philemon.
Here I go,
After
buddy.
our minor altercation, we meet up with Philemon in the rift between consciousness and unconsciousness, who informs us that we have the power of persona. He lets us know that rumors will become reality as time goes on, and to test this, we decide to experiment with a rumor about calling the Joker, someone who will supposedly make your dreams come true, as long as you have the will to say it to them.
Want to see a magic trick? I'll make these souls disappear. Ta-da!
This provokes a, big air quotes, fight, in which the entire squad uses a fusion spell on the Joker, only for them to toss us aside like a sack of potatoes. But seeing as we can't remember something they consider important, they tell us we'll have to deal with endless hordes of demons until we remember and fucks off. Unfortunately, the damage is already done, with Ikichi's friends reduced to shadow selves, dreamless husks destined only to be forgotten. Everyone without a persona, like Hanaji, can't even see them. So we officially form our party and set out to find some weapons and armor and vow to stop the Joker's madness. Of course, normally a bunch of teenagers acquiring firearms and katanas would be impossible, but rumors becoming reality does have its perks. By going to the Kuzunoha Detective Agency, we can spread our own rumors. For example, the lady at Suraishi Ramen definitely doesn't sell weapons. That would be insane. But since we spread a rumor that anybody who subscribes to the channel gets to access the special menu, all we have to do is show we're subscribed and we're good to go. Try it at home. Regardless, now we can shop for weapons and armor, but right now our choices are kind of limited. The only place that sells armor is Toa Armory, and the only place that sells weapons is Suraishi Ramen. But since we're only gearing up Tatsuya, we have more than enough money, with some left over to buy some healing items from Satomi Tadashi. We also gain access to the Velvet Room, but we can't really do anything with it yet besides throw Radamantis and Eros in the trash, since we can't use them. And with that, we finally arrive at the first dungeon, Seven Sisters High, and it's here where we really start to feel just how much a solo run strips away from the game. Outside of the fact that we only have one unit, which means we are dealing less and taking more damage, our ability to play the game is also uniquely limited. See, Innocent Sin has a demon negotiation system, which sees you pick options to converse with demons. Each choice you make results in a demon either being happy, interested, afraid, or angry. And once you reach 3 of the same result, the demon and any other of the same demon in their combat will react accordingly. Angry results in the demons getting pissed and potentially attacking you, and fear results in the demons running for their lives. But what's most important are happy and interested. Finally arrive at the first dungeon, Seven Sisters High, and it's here where
Checking the stream. Got the PowerPoint presentation. Whatever, you don't really need to see much.
Happy results will have the demon offer to form a contract with you, of which you can have 3 at a time. If you get a happy result with a demon you already have a contract with, you can have them give you items, money, or even rumors, all of which can be useful, while also allowing you to end fights non-violently if you're in a tight spot. Interested results, meanwhile, make the demon give you tarot cards of their arcana. This is how we get new personas in this game. Unlike future games where personas are obtained in dungeons, here they are essentially crafted. For example, if we have 8 lovers cards, we can go to the Velvet Room and spend them to summon Pixie. This makes yellow results by far the most valuable, as they determine what arcana we have access to, and thus what persona we have access to. However, if you can form a contract first, then make them interested later, the demon will not only give you more tarot of their arcana, but you will also be given free tarot, of which you can give to Kazuma Kaneko in the Velvet Room to turn into tarot cards of any arcana. Free tarot gives us the ability to make whatever personas of whatever arcana we want, just so long as we can make a demon happy and interested. See, negotiations were designed assuming you would have 3 to 5 characters to use. Every character has 4 different options to negotiate with, each with their own results. They also have combo options if you have them work with 1 or 2 other characters, which also have their own results. Without party members, we lose access to every other character's contact options, as well as all combo contacts. We can only use the 4 options Tatsuya has to himself: Imitation, Persuasion, Manly Chat, and Killer Stare. And sometimes those just won't work. Some demons just won't like Tatsuya. But you still want to try and talk to every demon, even if it means having to reload a save because they kicked your ass afterwards. Free tarot is that important. In Seven Sisters, I only found 1 source of free tarot, Zafan, who can be made happy with Imitation and interested with Manly Chat. And as if our lack of social skills weren't bad enough, Being solo, we also lose access to fusion spells, special high-power attacks that require 2 or 3 units to perform certain skills in a certain order. Losing access to this means we also lose access to Persona Mutation. After getting the final hit in a fight with a fusion spell, the equipped persona can mutate, learning a new skill, gaining stats, or even being able to evolve into a new persona entirely. We get none of that. Without friends, we are limited to 4 contact options and whatever skills and personas we have on us. Thankfully, right now, that's enough. Volcanus is a solid persona in and of itself, with access to Agi, Flame Cut, and at max rank, Maragi. Usually you wouldn't hear me making special mention of Maragi, but in both Persona 2's, group target skills are actually stronger than their single target counterparts. This is especially true in Innocent Sin. Agi has a base power of 5, whereas Maragi has a base power of 12. And this isn't a one-off thing. Agilao has a power of 25, whereas Maragion has a power of 45. Agidine, 58, Maragidine, 72. Personas in this game rank up off their own experience meter, increased by casting spells with them, so I recommend ranking up Volcanus to the maximum rank of 8 over the course of 7 Sisters if you can. This also determines how we level our stats. Strength increases the power of your basic attack along with physical spells, with physical damage consisting of sword, ranged, strike, thrown, and havoc elements. Vitality increases your HP as well as your defenses against physical attacks. Technical increases your MP, your magic attack, as well as your magic defense. Agility determines evasion, accuracy, and the speed with which a unit acts in battle. And luck supposedly increases your crit rate and odds of persona mutation. We're going to be relying on magic spells for pretty much the entire game, so I recommend prioritizing tech over everything else, with a soft lean towards vitality and agility. With that, nothing should be able to stop you from reaching the 3rd floor, where Lisa and Michelle get into an argument.
You need to take some responsibility for what happened. You helped summon the Joker, after all.
Oh, and you're one to talk about responsibility, Mr. Underpants Gang Leader.
Like you're one to talk, you're just some white girl speaking Japanese. How's about I give you a new name that's easier on the lips? You know what? From now on, you're Silver Girl, Ginkgo. Try not to wear it out, baby doll.
Don't you put that evil on me, Michelle. I am not being called Ginkgo.
Okay, I know the game explains Ginkgo, but Ikichi, that sounds like a slur. You just invented a slur for the girl you met 2 hours ago, and the UI changes! Thankfully, saving us from this situation is Maya and best girl Yukino, who, by cosmic happenstance, also happen to have personas. Not wanting to be off whatever's going on, Maya and Yuki join the party, which rounds out our cheerleading squad to a resounding 4, and gives me an excuse to talk about persona affinity. Each character has varying affinity with different personas, usually based on the persona's arcana, which affects how well that character can use that persona. Unlike later games, skills in Persona 2 don't have a set cost. Instead, every persona has a set SP cost for every skill they have. How good a character's affinity is with a persona determines how much of that cost that they have to pay. Great and good affinity are identical, giving us a 25% reduction on SP cost for spells. Normal affinity pays the flat cost, bad affinity pays 50% more, and worst affinity means the persona cannot be equipped at all. Affinity also determines the odds a persona will undergo mutation. You know, if we could trigger one. Now, while affinity is usually based on arcana, characters' unique personas are an exception. Everyone has great affinity with their original personas and any evolutions, but has worst affinity with everyone else's, with only 2 exceptions. Sadly, this means that we cannot use Michelle's Radamantis, Ginkgo's Eros, Yukino's Vesta, or Maya's Maya. Thus, while we're obtaining personas via tarot cards, we'll want to prioritize personas Tatsuya can use effectively. Tatsuya has great affinity with the Hanged Man, the Sun, and the World, and good affinity with the Emperor, Justice, and the Moon, so prioritize those 6 arcanas if you can. Though anything should be fine as long as it's not Hierophant or Death. Getting back to the story, Maya and Yukino decide the best course of action is vandalism. Specifically, since the rumors say anything with the school's emblem is cursed, we have to destroy all the school emblems in the building. This should give you enough time to rank 8 Volcanus and meet and contract Zaphan before making your way to the top of the clock tower to destroy the biggest emblem, the school tower clock. But waiting up there to stop us is Principal Hanya, who has allied with the Joker in order to grow out his hair and make all the students love him even though he's an asshole. I kind of love this. Most people just have some nefarious supervillain plan. He just wanted his hair back. Anyway, in this battle, we discover just how good Tatsuya's imitation skills really are.
Welcome to the live stream.
And you call yourself a teacher? Yeah, so for whatever reason, if the necessary actors for a combat scene aren't present, Tatsuya will usually turn into them for that dialogue. The animations are usually broken, but it certainly looks funny. I sure hope that isn't going to become a problem later. Anyway, Hannya mostly focuses on Havoc damage with skills like Knowledge Drill, but with all the Havoc damage, any points you put into Vitality will be useful for physical defense. However, he does still have Dark Young Legend for dark damage, so technical will be good for more than just DPS. Supposedly, the SMT wiki says another of his moves, Chill Drill, also does ice damage, but it seemed like it only dealt Havoc with a freeze chance, so I'm not sure where they got that from. Regardless, no ice damage means Hannya can't hit Volcanus' ice weakness, but Miragi can hit his fire weakness. So just keep swinging into him and use medicines to heal when you need to. At level 6, this fight was no trouble at all. After we beat him, the clock tower is destroyed and Hannya jumps out the 4th story window. At which point, the game gives us the opportunity to spread a rumor of our own. And our answer decides whether Hannya lives or dies. It doesn't change anything but a small detail late game, so pick your preference, make a pit stop by the Velvet Room to throw Maya and Vesta in the trash if you haven't already, then make your way to Peace Diner in Yumazaki. It's here we are introduced to the game's rumor monger system through Chikarin. Rumor mongers will provide us with rumors that allow us to make stores sell weapons and armor. There are 5 rumor mongers, 1 for each area of the game, and the good rumors won't always be on the same person, so make sure you're searching around town for the latest gossip. For now though, we can learn everything we need to know from Chikarin at Yumazaki's Peace Diner and Toro at Gaten Sushi in Hirasaka, who give us inverse rumors from each other. Chikarin tells us that Time Castle is selling weapons at cheap prices, but the quality is poor. Rosa Candida is selling defensive gear at expensive prices, but the quality is fantastic. If you play the local sweepstakes, you can win easily, but the prizes aren't that special. And Mew Continent in Yumazaki is secretly a casino, and you can win big at blackjack there. Meanwhile, Toro tells us that Time Castle is selling expensive high-quality weapons, Rosa Candida is selling cheap low-quality defensive gear, the local sweepstakes is hard to win at, but the prizes are amazing, and Mew Continent's secret casino is easy to win at the slots. In terms of shops, you always want expensive but high quality. While the prices do get up there, money won't be an issue for us pretty soon. For similar reasons, you also want the sweepstakes rumor that says you don't win often, but the prizes are great, since you can win some of the strongest weapons in the game that way. Head to Satomi Tadashi and buy 99 sweepstakes tickets, then give them to Tamaki at the Kuzunoha Detective Agency. After spending a bit of time in any dungeon, you can go to Lisa's house and talk to her father, Steven Seagal, to see if you win. After that, buy 99 more tickets and repeat the process until you win something. Of course, with all gear prices at their highest and spending 74,250 yen on the lottery every time we go to the drugstore, we're going to need a lot of money to fund all this. And that's where the final rumor comes in. Once you spread either rumor about Mew Continent, its casino will be open for business, and the game you choose will be so likely to pay out, you're more likely to win than you are to lose. Now, blackjack has everyone in your party playing cards, but since we're solo, only Tatsuya would be playing, which would be pretty slow. So I recommend the rumor about the slots instead. Head to the casino, grab about 1,000 coins, set your totally legal PS1 to speed up mode, turn on auto fire for triangle, and go to sleep. When you wake up, congratulations, you're a millionaire. Sadly, we can't convert coins to money 1-to-1. While you can buy coins for yen at a 10-to-1 ratio, the casino only trades coins back for prizes. Given you can sell those prizes, but no matter what prize you're selling, the return on investment is only 5-to-1. So after around 56 in-game hours, we made around 1.1 million coins. This means our little midnight gambling addiction resulted in us making, let me see here, 5.5 million yen?
Actually, it's nearly 6 million.
99% of gamblers give up before their big win.
If you can believe it, we're not just here for the money. New Continent actually has some fairly decent prizes. Muscle drinks which act as full HP heals that overheal you by 20%, disguise kits to repel low-level encounters, skill cards that let you give personas you summon additional skills, but most importantly, the Lucky Sauce and Vitality Sauce. I know the official translation calls them sauces, but I love the idea that they're like cans of jelly. The Lucky and Vitality Sauce are two of the best accessories in the game. Rather than providing immediate bonuses to stats, they give you a +1 bonus to luck or vitality, respectively, when you level up. These upgrades are permanent, so the longer you have the sauces equipped, the more value they have. I did pick up both, but I wore the Vitality Sauce the most, as we care about vitality a lot more than luck. After you picked up all the items you want from the casino, convert most of your remaining coins into prizes and sell them at Tsutomi Tadashi. Begin abusing your newfound wealth by purchasing 99 of literally every single item from Tsutomi Tadashi, then head over to Rosa Candida and Time Castle to pick up some new gear. If you ever need more cash, just gamble again. Money is no longer an issue. Now that you have more money than God, head to the detective agency and put 100 yen into the talking cat at the front. Do this 100 times, and it'll give you an incense kit, which contains 2 of every single stat-boosting incense in the game. We're almost done with the detour, I promise, but before heading to the next dungeon, stop by Gaten Sushi in Hirasaka to pick up some food. Persona 2 allows you to eat food at the restaurants throughout Sumeru City, which gives you temporary stat boosts, and Gaten Sushi has one of the best options. In the PSP version, you can purchase halibut for 400 yen, which gives you a +8 to your technical stat. This is a huge buff, so buy it every chance you get. In the PS1 fan translation, this item is instead called salt packets. With the detour finally over, head to Club Zodiac to meet Anna Yoshizaka. Yukino tells Anna to stop smoking and drinking when she's only 17, and Anna responds by crushing on her hardcore, before leaving to make it everyone else's problem. And if you think I'm joking, Anna literally confesses to her in the novel adaptation.
I love you and am captive to your beautiful face. I'd hate it if you went through all the trouble of trying to change me for nothing.
Anyway, as she leaves to go become a minor antagonist, some Cass High punks decide to let Akichi know that the head of Kasagayama has replaced him as the big dog at school, spreading a rumor that the head is stronger than the gang leader. And they also kidnapped Hanaji after she asked, okay, wait, this is the second time she's been kidnapped? Why does this keep happening? Anyway, the Kasagayama kids don't know her as Hanaji, but by her real name, Hanakoji, a girl who Akichi was actually sweet on as a little kid. He just didn't recognize her earlier since she put on a lot of weight. Not that he cares though, the second he knows Hanakoji's in danger, he's off to go beat the shit out of someone. The demons in Club Zodiac aren't that much scarier than the ones in Sevens. Most of them are repeats with a couple of new additions like zombie DJs and zombie junkies. But since Volcanus is a fire user, we can burn through zombies pretty easily. If you didn't rank 8 Volcanus in Sevens, you'll have him capped before you finish this dungeon. Stop at one of the side rooms on the 3rd floor to pick up a mask to get into the main party room, and we see Michelle getting the shit kicked out of him.
Are you telling me you didn't know? This girl is Hanakoji. You didn't recognize your ex under all that weight, huh?
You shut the hell up. Ever since then, I've done everything to be worthy of Hanakoji. If you so much as even touch a single strand of hair on her head, I'll—
You'll what? Go ahead. Do something. Try and stop me.
I love how these assholes rag on Hanakoji for her weight, but Michelle doesn't give a damn what she looks like. This is why he's the best character. Anyway, this leads to the first of many choices you have in the game. While the choices worded very 90s be a man for my taste, it comes down to whether or not we bail Akechi out of the situation or let him figure it out himself. If you jump in, it prompts a fight against Sugimoto, who is immune to literally everything Akechi uses, because the head is stronger than the gang leader. Hanging back is the correct option, but since this fight is one of the only skippable ones in the entire game, I wanted to play the fight out before reloading to see what happened.
Don't you guys lay a finger on him. He's all mine.
Calm down, Akechi. You can't beat him alone. Huh. Okay. Well, the game's soft blocking is not good, but since Sugimoto is optional, I decided to table that issue for now. After Sugimoto slashes Akechi with a knife while ranting about how he's the blame for every issue in his life, Akechi has the funniest realization in the entire game.
Damn it! The head should be stronger than the gang leader.
Well, because of what you did, I'm no longer the leader of a gang anymore.
What?
But just cause the head's stronger than some gang leader doesn't mean that you, Hiroki Sugimoto, are stronger than Akechi Mishina.
I can't write anything better than this. Akechi wins a fight with wordplay. Sadly, Hanakoji is too ashamed of the way she looks to face Akechi and runs off before he can treat her wounds. The characters in this game are so sweet, man. Akechi never looks down on Hanakoji for her weight, even before he knows who she is, and it's such an endearing part of his character. Michelle is a shameless flirt with a heart of gold, and I love that about him. So Sugimoto tells us that he was put up to this by the student body president of Cass High. So after a quick pit stop to check the sweepstakes, we head to Kasagayama to see them setting up for their school festival. You can find various demons loitering around the halls. I guess they're here for the takoyaki stands. But after we run around the entire school, we're told that the student body president is in the basement. After Michelle and Ginkgo dart in after him, we all follow them in, only to discover this was a trap to seal us inside the underground bomb shelter that this school just has, I guess. And of course, it comes with its own set of rumors. Firstly, nobody knows the exit. Once you're in, you can never find your way out. Secondly, one time though, someone found their way out using a mirror. Kind of contradictory rumors, but it effectively means we're stuck here until we figure out how to get out. This is where combat started to get a bit more complicated. A lot of the enemies in the bomb shelter are quite a bit tougher than those in the school, so you want to stay on your toes. Thankfully, a decent number are weak to fire, so Volcanus isn't going to be worthless just yet. The two demons that cause the most issues are Agathion and Nisroch, since they're immune to fire, but since Volcanus is as well, we can usually just beat them to death with our sword. Plus, we can get both happy and interested results from Agathion, meaning once we form a contract with him, we can farm him for star cards along with some free tarot. While traversing this area, you can't use your map, but since there's only one way in and out of each area, I recommend just hugging one wall until you find the exit. After around 6 or so rooms, everyone decides to take a break, with Maya and Tatsuya sharing a bit of a moment, talking about their good luck charms and the people they got them from. Maya's from her father, Tatsuya's from an old friend. Of course, even in tender moments like these, we can't escape the curse of our name choice.
Good night, Sub. Sweet dreams.
Ah, Sub, you're so cute when you sleep.
How was I supposed to know this game was bisexual propaganda?
Sub, half of the cast of this game are women who could suplex you. You knew what you were getting into from the start.
Maya and Yukino decide to prove they're the only ones with brain cells in the group right now, as they realize how the mirror rumor actually works. In that you can only see the exit, allows you to see the door behind you. So when Yukino does the same with her camera, suddenly there's the door. With that, we can head upstairs and take on the student body president, Yasuo. But before that, I decided I could stand a bit of prep, since I wasn't sure how good Volcanus would be in the next fight. So I looked at what personas I had available, and I settled on Shax. Shax only takes 25% damage from Sword Strike and Havoc, as well as resisting Nerve to deal with the upcoming boss's sleep. It's also not weak to any attacks he has, unlike Volcanus, who would be weak to Bufu. Suffice to say, Shax is the perfect persona for this fight. So with my new persona raring to go, we stop Yasuo, the student president, from turning half the student body into shadows at the school dance, and chase him to the roof where we're forced to fight him. After we imitate Takechi for a second, Yasuo reveals his persona. Oh. Yeah, so remember what happened with Sugimoto? Since the game expects Takechi to be present here, it turns Tatsuya into Akechi. But since the code that animates Akechi doesn't work correctly for Tatsuya, the game freaks out. Sometimes it'll freeze before the fight starts, sometimes Tatsuya will turn invisible, only for it to freeze when anyone uses a skill. But either way, Akechi is required for this fight to function. And unlike Sugimoto, we can't skip this fight, so we have to have Akechi active. However, that doesn't mean we'll be using him. By using a different set of cheat codes, we can set Akechi's HP to 1 and then abuse Persona 2's battle system to prevent Akechi from taking a turn. Right before he would act, stop the battle and set his turn to come after Tatsuya's. This will make it so that he never actually goes. So we just need to wait until he dies to an all-target attack, then we can fight as normal. This is how we'll handle circumstances like this when they come up, and they will be coming up again. Comment below which character you think will be required the most. Anyway, once the fight actually begins, we realize why Shax was so good for this fight. It's because Yasuo's persona is Reverse Shax.
Persona!
Well, one of us is going to have to change. Since Shax has a fire weakness, we decide to swap back to Volcanus to take advantage of it. The fight isn't as bad as I thought it would be with Volcanus, and we don't take as much damage as I was expecting to. So Yasuo goes down before he can even do anything. Defeated, Yasuo explains how he was only doing this so he could become an elite official of the Masquerade, collecting the students' ideal energy to do so. This kind of causes Michelle and Ginkgo to freak out, since both of them have had dreams about themselves as kids playing a game called Masquerade, a dream they somehow share. He says he was going to offer up the energy to Lady Scorpion, and lo and behold, who turns out to be Lady Scorpion but Anna from Club Zodiac.
Anna, why would you do this?
You know how they say trans women can double jump? Well, lesbians can teleport.
At which point, King Leo shows up and just incinerates Yasuo. He mentions how the Dance of Pleasure and Feast of Shadows didn't get them the souls they needed due to Yasuo ending the ritual prematurely, but then also say they can make up for it elsewhere before teleporting away. But more importantly, Maya isn't doing so hot after that. She's a bit deathly afraid of fire, so seeing Yasuo get cooked alive was enough to send her into a full-blown panic attack. So after we calm her down, we move forward to put a stop to the Masquerade's machinations. I should mention, every time you finish a dungeon, hit up every single rumor monger to check for new rumors. High cost, high quality, of course. This time, the Sumeru Genie in Aoba provides both rumors we're looking for. From there, Steven Seagal for sweepstakes, Satomi Tadashi to restock, Kuzu know how to spread rumors and hand off the sweepstakes, then head on over to the next story beat, which for us is actually Honmaru Park in Rengidai, where Ginkgo gets mobbed by a bunch of people in Seven's uniforms asking when she's going to debut as an idol. After the scene, go back to Chikurin, who tells you about a rumor that Lee debuts a third member of a new idol group called Muses, with her best friends Asachi and Mippo. Unfortunately, that means she actually is the third member of Muses, and is set to give a press announcement at Mew Continent right now. Assuming this is the work of the mascot getting a boost in power. However, I've never seen him use one. Fata Morgana, or Mirage in the PSP version, can inflict the illusion status, but that isn't as bad as you might think. Typically, illusion in these games makes you extremely likely to miss your attacks, and while that is still true, in Innocent Sin, it only applies to physical attacks. So spam magic attacks, keep yourself topped off on health, and you'll burn Sasaki down without much trouble. Even still mostly relying on Volcanus, I beat him first try at level 17, which, considering I immediately leveled up twice, might have been a bit more underleveled than I expected. Sasaki decides to go out like a little bitch, stealing Asachi and Mipo's souls on his way out. The game then gives you as much time as you had left after beating Sasaki to find the Oracle of Maya hidden in the area and get out. Thankfully, I had 21 minutes left on the clock, so I had plenty of time, but nothing makes random encounters more stressful than a bomb on the seat. You can find the Oracle in the first room between Akichi and Yukino, along with a note telling us that while there are 3 locations that'll go up in smoke, only one actually has the transmitter. Once you find it, grab your asses and run. If Yasuo getting burned alive gave Maya a panic attack before, the entire park burning down will certainly do it. But we give her some gentle encouragement to calm her down and promise to protect her, which seems to help. Once she's better, she reads the king's message, but before we can make any sense of it, we see Miss Okamura, one of the teachers at Seven Sisters, walk up talking about the Mayan Oracle, as though she seems to know what's going on. Maya attempts to interview her to learn more about what they're trying to stop, but Okamura, shocked that we know of it at all, assumes we must be with some group called the Last Battalion, and upon seeing Lisa with us, hits her with the line of all time.
You tried to mix in with the students, to act as a spy. You deceived everyone, even me. Oh, you're despicable, a heretic, you little slut! You're nothing more than a pawn of Hitler!
Everyone's not really sure what to make of that, so we decide to call up Yukino's friend Ellie for some help. By overlaying the Zodiac and the Sumeru City, Ellie deduces that King Leo was probably trying to point us to the Hirasaka district, so that's likely where the first transmitter is. The only places in Hirasaka we haven't already been to are Smile Hirasaka and the Sakanoe building. Pick the wrong one and the other will explode. So after our chores, we head to Smile Hirasaka. The gang decides the best way to get everyone out of the mall is to start a fire in the bathroom, before abandoning Akichi with the cleaning lady to go find the transmitter. The start of this dungeon actually strips you of your party anyway, so since the game expects you to be running solo and doesn't know when you'll group back up with Maya, Ginkgo, or Yukino, the encounters here are a little bit easier to compensate. You'll need to...
Shit, another demon lord? I don't get paid enough for this shit.
My name is Belphegor. I am the Duke who governs the slothful in hell. The transmitter shall not be turned over to you. Come forth, my master. Come forth, my master! Miss, that's your cue.
I am Ixquick, the reincarnated warrior of the Masquerade. Just as Master Leo said, the wicked demon users have appeared before us. But fear not, I, Ixquick, the mage warrior reincarnated from the stream of wait, time out, okay? Hey, Belle, how are these letters pronounced?
That be perpetuity, miss. It's pronounced perpetuity.
Reincarnated from the stream of perpetuity, I am gonna whoop your ass! Recoil into the darkness from whence you came!
Miss, they appear to be ignoring us.
How am I supposed to write something funny when the game is already this good? So the gang disables the detonator while Ixquick is being ignored, only for her to pull out a remote detonator and announce she's more than willing to go down with the building for Master Leo's plans. Maya literally slaps her across the face to knock some sense into her, and then takes the remote away. Sadly, it seems like she's going to need a bit more convincing, but on the plus side, we are treated to some of the best pre-fight dialogue ever.
Sounds like someone needs a spanking. It's Whoop-Ass time.
Hey, you copied me! Akari is the one who thought of that line first!
Ixquick is actually pretty tough, mostly because she's not alone. Her persona, Reverse Parika, has Wind, Havoc, and Almighty attacks. Meanwhile, Belphegor has Strike and Almighty, and can also try to poison you or use Makakaja to buff himself or Ixquick. Since we don't have access to the Kaja yet, these buffs are permanent. And in Persona 2, buffs are one and done. So this is a huge damage boost for Ixquick. That said, while Belphegor isn't weak to anything, Ixquick has a bit less HP and is weak to sword damage, the type of Tatsuya's standard attack. Use this to your advantage and lay into her. She should take roughly 17 hits to knock down, but once she's out, the fight becomes significantly easier. Belphegor is definitely the more dangerous target, but with all of our healing items, he can't withstand us for long. The power of the Aqua spell I gave Shax via skill card, Belphegor and Ixquick don't take long at all. With the next bit of the Oracle in hand, Ellie tells us that the next bomb should be in the Yumazaki district. The passage also directly mentions El Dorado, the city of gold. And our two options in Yumazaki are either Pachinko Silver or Fitness Club Gold. If you can't figure this one out, I don't know what to tell you. After our chores, head down to Gold to meet up with Maya's girl failure roommate, Ulala. As the gym staff start getting civilians out of the building, we try and tell Ulala about what the masquerade is doing. Upon mentioning them, though, she realizes her ex-husband Makimura mentioned them a lot before he left and stole all of her money in a marriage scam. At which point, she immediately leaves to go kick the shit out of him, leaving us to run through the gym. Our goal is to make it to 4 specific rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors, find the bombs, then head back down. Search the entire area though, as you can find an agility incense on the 1st floor, and a Media Vama and an all card on the 3rd floor. We see Gigo nearly get blown up by a locker bomb, Ikichi just before finally finding the transmitter and the oracle in the men's staff room on the 3rd floor. As we do though, we see someone who stayed behind suddenly get startled and run. Seeing as all civilians would have already left, anyone still here is automatically suspicious. So we head back down to the 1st floor boxing gym where we talk to Ulala. Here we find our 3rd floor suspect, who reveals himself to be Makimura, who is actually Ulala's ex-husband. As he prepares to summon his persona, Ulala bursts in, awakens to her persona, and chases him out of the building. I apologize if the section was kind of short, but nothing here was really that notable. The only enemies we couldn't talk down or kill with Volcanus were the Scorpio masks, and everything else died so quickly it wasn't worth talking about. We don't even get a boss fight. Ulala chases him away. This area was basically just here to let you know that Ulala exists. Regardless, the next part of the Oracle is just a polite note from King Leo telling us to go to the Sky Museum. But before that, I use my free tarot to have Kazuma Kaneko paint me some Emperor and Moon cards, so I can pick up a few new personas. The Emperor cards allow me to summon Marduk, who acts as a spiritual upgrade to Volcanus, having stronger physical and fire skills. I also gave him Tarukaja via a skill card, and used the All card I found in the fitness club to give him a +5 to all stats. With the Moon cards, I summoned Parika for her immunity to all physical attacks except Sword, while also giving her Tsukukaja via a skill card. And with the 120 world cards I got through manly chats with Kraken in the last 2 dungeons, I was able to summon Demeter, who thankfully had not been turned into a child yet, and I gave her Mediarama using the card I found earlier. And while I didn't exactly need one, I had a Tree Fury card, and I figured that might be useful to escape from random encounters. And who better to give that to than Robin Goodfellow? It's me, guys. I'm in this game. Here I am. Look. Anyway, do your chores, then save before you enter the Sky Museum, where we see Tadashi and Tamaki, who are now dressed like phantom thieves to help us fight Hitler. Goofy as this is, it feels like the best time to mention that Tadashi is named after Satomi Tadashi, the scenario writer for Persona 1, both Persona 2s, and also picked up the Digital Devil Saga games where the original writer, Yugo Dai, left off. Bro literally wrote himself into the game. Speaking of the game, you lost it. Also, King Leo begins firebombing the place. This puts us onto a 40-minute timer. Tadashi and Tamaki split up from us to help us find all the kids who are on a field trip who are now hiding on each floor. Every time you go to the next floor, fire will follow you, preventing you from backtracking. So make sure you comb the place for treasure before you leave. It shouldn't be too hard to find the kids within a time limit, but you can't save the game once you're inside the museum, so you only get one shot. On the second floor, we have a brief intermission where Maya has to overcome her fear of fire in order to save Ixquick, who is stuck on one of the planes. Just like with Akichi and Lisa, leave this to her. And after a quick flashback of Volcanus giving some guy who locked a girl in a burning shrine a taste of his own medicine, we head up to the third floor. This time, there are two groups of children to save. You can tell if there are still more children to find by if Tamaki or Tadashi are blocking the way to the next floor. The enemies here are tough, but if you're stocked up on healing items, you should be fine. Demito or Diorama doesn't hurt either. Once all the kids are nice and safe, head up to the 5th floor, and then go outside to watch Tadashi just get fucking smacked. Bro made himself get bullied so hard. Once we show up though, King Leo reveals himself to be Tatsuya Sudo, takes Ixquick as a hostage, shouts about how Maya and I did this to him, then pulls a transmitter and blows up Smile Hirasaka and Fitness Club Gold anyway. Apparently, we, quote, didn't find all the transmitters, so he's still able to blow up both buildings. So not only was Fitness Club Gold super forgettable, the only thing going there actually accomplished was that Ulala doesn't die. At least Smile Hirasaka was kind of funny because of the stuff with Ixquick. Gold is just a nothing dungeon. Anyway, after saving Ixquick from Sudo, the blimp restaurant behind us starts to take off, because apparently the kids spread a rumor that it Thankfully, this gives us our escape vehicle, because Maya says that she knows how to pilot it.
Just leave it to me, Maya Amano, ace pilot. The time has come to really show off my skills. What's a blimp or two? Leave this to me. This'll be a snap.
Well, I'll be damned. She actually can fly a blimp. Nope, spoke too soon.
What do you mean you don't know how to fly this thing? I mean, I don't really know how to fly this thing. I can't make it any simpler. Then how did we get up here? I don't know, I just started pushing buttons. What did you do? Relax, I've got this under control.
In fairness to Maya and her inexplicable blimp flying experience, I don't think it's necessarily her fault. That would be due to our unwelcome stowaway. Sadly, Maya is required for the fight, so we spawn her just to die and tackle the fight against Tatsuya Sudo. Sudo is one of the funniest fights in the game, due to his persona, Reverse Volcanus. Reverse Volcanus has Aguilau, Maragion, Agidine, Tarukaja, and Dark Conflagrant Wrath. Among these moves, the only one that isn't entirely fire-based is Dark Conflagrant Wrath, which is 1 part fire and 1 part sword. This means that if we're using Volcanus or Marduk, the only things he can hurt us with are his basic attack and Dark Conflagrant Wrath, which both deal a little over 100 damage after a Tarukaja boost. Meanwhile, we do a little over 150 with our own basic attack after buffing with Tarukaja ourselves. This means both Tatsuya Suo and Tatsuya Sudo are essentially running the exact same strategy, unable to hurt each other with their fire spells and forced to resort to the persona equivalent of a slap fight. at roughly 150 damage a hit, we can get through Sudo's 2067 HP in roughly 15 hits. Meanwhile, at 110 damage a hit, he only needs 4 to drop us. Unfortunately for him, we bought 99 beads from Satomi Tadashi, so he actually needs to hit us 298 times. Under the sheer weight of my gambling addiction, Tatsuya Sudo goes down easy. After which we jump out of a fucking blimp? Like, how do we survive this? How does everyone survive this? Nobody dies. Everyone lives. Everyone jumped out of the magical rumor blimp and lived. What is this game smoking? And can I have some?
What is this game smoking?
Unfortunately,
Can I
the
have
Masquerade
some?
wastes no time, turning the crashing blimp situation to their advantage, spreading a rumor that a group of 5 was responsible for the bombings. Like, they do that instantly. Hearing this, Maya proceeds to use the kids to spread a counter rumor that we aren't the terrorists, so that we won't become the terrorists. In the meantime, we split up on the way back to the detective agency to dodge the cops, with everyone but Lisa leaving the party for the time being. I love how clever this game is with the rumor mechanic. It feels like an omnipresent part of the narrative, while also being a mechanic you can interact with directly. And speaking of things I love about this game, the game has individual dialogue based upon where the plot is at the time. Ginkgo has dialogue in every location in Sumeru City that can only be viewed during this specific game state following the Sky
I was
Museum.
really hoping I could.
Once you arrive at the detective agency, everyone else rejoins the party and all of this dialogue is just gone. The level of detail in this game is insane. Anyway, once you're done showing Lisa to everyone in town wearing a salmon suit, go to the detective agency to see the news on TV. Maya's rumor plan actually worked, and the news isn't sure what side we're on. But they also mentioned that the last remaining supporters of Hitler are attempting to uncover a nearby ancient ruin, adding how supposedly Hitler might be alive to this day, which is an actual real-world rumor apparently. Once everyone arrives, we share what we know and come to the conclusion that the last battalion and the masquerade must be one and the same. At which point, Professor Okamura proceeds to elaborate on, and for anyone who hasn't played these games, I swear this is real, how it is rumored that the last battalion secreted Hitler away at the end of World War II, wielding high-tech weapons infused with the blood of Christ, and are working to fulfill the Mayan oracle as detailed in the book In Lakiti, which was given to us by aliens from the stars of Pleiades, who are actually the Mayans themselves. Why else did humanity suddenly develop culture out of nowhere? Of course it's the aliens! National Geographic was right all along! And apparently, the Mayans of the Bolantiku tribe are still sleeping underneath the city within their mothership, Xibalba. It's all obviously backed up by Central American Mayan mythology. So everyone believes this woman is fucking insane. But if that's what the masquerade is working to accomplish, we certainly need to stop that. But Lisa seems to think the masquerade is something else. She says she knows what the masquerade truly is and wants to go to the Araya shrine to explain. All the while, Maya's been acting weird since she returned. Whatever's going on, our answers lie in the Araya shrine. Lisa tells us how the shrine once caught fire and killed a young girl, and says how she, Ikichi, and I used to know her. At which point, oh hey, Philemon is back. He tells us to visit the Spring of Memories, which will reflect our past. But here, I notice another fun detail that maybe something isn't right with Maya.
Okay.
And one I didn't even notice until writing the script. Maya is the only one who goes on guard at the sight of Philemon. Like she's shocked to see him, even though she should already know him. Philemon's words lead us to Mount Iwato, and we begin seeing the ghost of a young girl. Ginkgo pleads to Ikichi and I to remember something we've forgotten, But Mount Iwato is still a dungeon, and dungeons have enemies. I definitely recommend working on any personas who have been falling behind, as this is a longer dungeon, so I used the time to rank up Marduk and Demeter. Eventually, we come to the first shrine, as we begin to remember the past we had forgotten. After we're ditched by our brother, we meet a bunch of other children without parental figures. A boy in a black mask whose parents were arguing, a younger Akichi running from his father after he hit him, and a younger Lisa with Steven Seagal. Seeing as we're all wearing Featherman masks, we agree to be secret friends, as we form the Masquerade. More than any other dungeon, comb this place from top to bottom. You're looking for 5 hidden side rooms, containing the 4 Featherman masks from the flashback. Pink Argus for Lisa, Yellow Owl for Akichi, Red Eagle for Tatsuya, and Blue Swan for our secret 5th member. Though I said 5 rooms, but only 4 masks, as the black mask seems to have already been collected. Check every nook and cranny. Do not leave until you have all 4 masks. Cutting to another memory, and Lisa Feather Pink is elected leader for the day, so we decide to play house, with Lisa's crush on Sub showing even when they were kids. Meanwhile, Akichi just wanted to color with his friends, something he still feels upset about years later. But Lisa didn't feel comfortable playing house with anyone else, because everyone else picked on her for being a foreigner. How is Maya taking all this emotional drama?
Do you know what the most useful word in the world is? Sorry. If you tell someone that you're sorry, no matter what happened before, they're bound to forgive you. But in order to escape from your own sins, you're forcing that person to confront their own pain, which also makes sorry the world's dirtiest word. Also, I kick puppies, I guess. I don't know.
Fast forward a bit, and one day, the Masquerade found a new girl playing at the shrine. We decide to bring her into the Masquerade, and in exchange, she teaches us the Master Persona game to see into our future, which is actually why we have personas now. Meanwhile, modern Maya has nothing to say. Once you reach floor B4, you'll arrive at the final mirror spring, and once you go in, you'll be pulled into a boss fight. Before that, I wanted to make use of a mechanic that would get me a particularly powerful damage option. Earlier, I said if you make a demon you have a contract with happy, they will give you money, items, or rumors. These rumors are what we want. If we form a contract with Picolis, we can ask him for information, and eventually, he'll tell us that Demeter supposedly has the skill Ultra Frela. After that, we can make him happy again to get him to spread that rumor. And now, Demeter will have access to this skill. This applies to both the Demeter we find in random encounters, as well as our own Demeter. Now, Ultra Frela is, by default, worse than basic Frey. 18 power single target, compared to Frey's 20 power all target. However, if we make Picolis happy 2 more times, we can get 2 more rumors. The first is that Ultra Frela is extremely weak, which will reduce its power to 1. The second is that it's really strong, which will increase its power to 62, making it the strongest single target option until we get access to dying tier spells in the late game. You can only spread 1 of these rumors, and you should always pick the strong rumor. Yes, it does mean Wild Demeter will have a strong option against us, but we only see her in the bottom floors of this dungeon and the early parts of the next. Meanwhile, Ultra Frela will be useful to us for much longer. It's almost always better to have a strong option for yourself than to give enemies you won't ever see again a weaker option. Of course, that's if you even want to do this, because getting a max power Ultra Frela legitimately took me 8 hours. This is because you have to actually find a demon to contract with, find them again in combat, then they need to actually give you the rumor, which is a random chance. And then you need to spread the initial rumor, and then get the strong power rumor, then spread that rumor. This was a massive pain in the ass for something I really didn't even need, so I don't really recommend it. But once you're done, enter the final spring. In the final flashback, the new girl has to leave at the end of summer and says she's leaving tomorrow. Everyone is distraught since the girl had avoided saying anything so nobody would be upset. But that's when baby Lisa comes up with the bright idea.
If we lock her in the shrine until tomorrow, she won't be able to go anywhere.
And as everyone suddenly remembers, Lisa shouts the vision away, declaring that the girl died because of them. She continues that because Sub protested, they all locked him in the shrine with her, and the next day, the shrine burned to the ground. Ikichi explains how the three of them, him, Lisa, and our other friend Jun, swore to never meet again, hiding their masks within Mount Iwato. Lisa adds how her father later got a call that the body of the girl wasn't found, which is how Lisa comes to the conclusion that the girl who died must be the Joker. Suddenly, Maya attacks us.
I fooled you all into becoming my friends again, to get revenge. I merely wanted to wait until the time when all your memories had returned.
As Maya prepares to strike again, suddenly a second Maya shows up. Turns out the reason Maya's been acting so weird is because this is actually Maya's shadow. The game's pretty sneaky about this too. You can actually tell the exact moment Maya is swapped for Shadow Maya. After we split up following the blimp crash, when Maya arrives at the detective agency, her eyes have shifted to more of an orange color. You can even see the change in the pause menu. Besides that, the game doesn't call attention to it. You can only tell Maya is different through subtle details or by talking to her in the overworld. Anyway, the rumors that we were the terrorists created Shadow Maya as a spy for the masquerade. And while we believe that Maya was the Joker for all of 2 seconds, suddenly the actual Joker shows up, with Maya correctly deducing that he's June, begging him to understand that she's alive. But sadly, he can't bring himself to believe that I didn't kill Maya 10 years ago, and commands Shadow Maya to kill her. And the game soft locks. Yep, we need Maya here, go figure. Shadow Maya is a downright toxic fight. Tatsuya's forced to start at half HP because of that hit we took in a cutscene, and Maya has a super annoying kit to boot. She has Poisonous Scratch, which deals low havoc damage with a poison chance, has Mahama to kill you on a 36% chance, or 18% if you resist it, has Aquadyne for heavy water damage, which will slaughter any fire aspect personas you bring to the table, but her two most dangerous attacks are Diamond Dust and Dark Dimension. Diamond Dust says it deals medium ice damage, but it's actually only 2 power less than Aquadyne, and it comes with a 50% freeze chance to boot. And this is Shin Megami Tensei 1 freeze. If she wins that coin toss, you lose your next turn, which combos extremely well with Dark Dimension, a non-elemental 30% instant kill. There is no way to mitigate this. There is not a resistance for this attack. And Maya loves these moves. She will constantly roll that 30% instant kill while also trying to turnstile you with Diamond Dust. Plus, even though her persona is the reverse of Maya's, Reverse Maya has no weaknesses and resists all magic elements besides light, which is not a damaging element most of the time. Ideally, you bring a persona with physical skills, but my physical personas were Marduk and Mars, which left me vulnerable to double damage Aquadynes. But after a literal hour of attempts, I realized I couldn't afford to care. I swapped to Mars, and thankfully, Aquadyne did less damage than I was expecting due to my insanely high technical stat. This, in turn, seemed to make Maya more likely to go for it, so I was able to swing more often with Tarukaja boosted Twin Slashes, only healing when necessary. On those turns, I swapped to Shax, as his water immunity would shut down Aquadyne. But with Twin Slash crushing her HP and Shax blocking her water skills, I was eventually able to take Shadow Maya down.
What the hell is even that?
Maya reveals herself to be the girl we all thought died in the fire, apologizing for the hurt she caused us. Everyone has a good cry and hugs it out, as Maya bids farewell to the ghost created from her rumored death, and begs us to help save June. When all of a sudden, who else but Philemon shows up? Here I come, I am Philemon.
Wait, what are you doing here?
I am here to reward you for your dialogue choices. This is why we made sure we did all the dialogue choices correctly. As for each one you got correct, a persona is upgraded into its prime form, called Customs in the fan translation. For allowing Akechi to defeat Sugimoto himself, he upgrades to Radamantis Custom. For allowing Ginkgo to resolve the concert scene by herself, she upgrades to Eros Custom. For letting Maya save Ix quick in the museum, she upgrades to Maya Custom. And if you do all three, Subscribe upgrades to Volcanus Custom. The customs act as a sort of mid-stage between the base personas and the ultimate personas we'll eventually get, which we get for everyone whose mask we found this dungeon. So make absolutely sure you at least found the red mask. But with this, we obtain a huge upgrade to Volcanus in terms of stats. Notably though, Volcanus Custom does not delete standard Volcanus, so he'll still be a decent option until we can fully upgrade Volcanus Custom. With our new persona setup confirmed and Maya, Eros, and Radamantis Custom thrown in the garbage, Philemon explains that June has been twisted by rumors into something that is no longer human, and instructs us to go to Caracol if we wish to combat something he calls the Crawling Chaos. So we all set out from the Araya Shrine, determined to save our fifth friend. And then the Nazis invade. This is still one of the wildest sequences in any game to me. Like, how often does a game get to run actual literal World War II Nazis as antagonists, complete with actual Hitler, and not be called Wolfenstein? If this game got remade today, people would throw a shit fit. Anyway, seeing as we got some time to kill, special thanks to Patreon backers Axel Rosenberg, Gracemy, Kirara, Tokekion, Trucker96, Ash, Dylan Toomey, and Hound. And to YouTube members Dawn Shimmer, Axel Ryman, Ryoko Strifer, The Levin Strategist, Fabrizio Pignataro, Upland 2, Not D Wadler, Jaffinator2166, Pika the Wumpus, Scout Rouch, Hunter Regal, Shadowcoin, Ray the Shame, Platinum, Agmith Dragonflame, Part-Time Prick, Baron Von Kame, Nyami Nyami Fucker 687, Hideo Wolfsbane, and 0132-132. Thank you all so much for watching, liking, subscribing, and especially to those who become patrons or members or support in any way. Your contributions give us the money to pay artists and hire actors and musicians to make these videos as awesome as possible, and we can't thank you enough for that. I hope today is going great for you, and if it's not, I hope tomorrow is better. Push towards your dreams, even if there's only one person behind you, that's one person who believes in you. Never give up. Anyway, Professor O'Connor calls and tells us to head over to Caracol on Mount Katatsumuri to prevent them from activating the Taurus of Time. Yukino remembers that's where her not-boyfriend Shinsuke went, so we're headed for the mountains to try and save him. Unfortunately, the Nazis have the main entrance guarded, thus we're given a choice. We can take the main road, or we can take a side path up the mountain. Yukino suggests busting straight through, but Maya points out that might result in a harder climb, since the main path is heavily guarded. Your choice here is between a more standard dungeon or a straightforward path with more enemies. But so long as your personas are solid, you should be able to handle the frontal assault. This also acts as our first combat against Nazi enemies. All the Nazis are high-power enemies, including the Commandant who has a high chance to retreat and run away. One of the first Nazis we encounter, and he's a coward. Fortunately, the rest of the combat isn't that challenging. The rest Soldaten have low health, so a Makakaja boost in Miragion will take them all down. Though, since we're dealing with them now, I should probably give a few details about the Nazis. Firstly, fun fact, most enemies in this game have an Arcana, mostly for demon negotiation purposes. Some enemies, like bosses, don't have one, though some have special Arcana, like the zombie enemies in Club Zodiac who have the Zombie Arcana. All Nazi enemies have the Nazi Arcana. I think I need a refund on this tarot deck. Also, you can't negotiate with Nazis, so don't bother trying to get any tarot off of them. Though I'm not sure why you would want Nazi tarot anyway. Anyway, if you want to build yourself specifically to combat Nazis, I recommend using Parika to null range and havoc damage, since those are the types the Nazis specialize in. The Soldaten have random shooting for medium all-target range, and assault for single-target havoc with a weird unwritten chance for instant kill. The Machine Soldaten have rapid fire for high single-target range. The Machine Commando have random shooting, assault, along with photon cannon for high all-target havoc, but most dangerous are the Schutzstaffel, who have triple down for medium single-target range, along with Sharpshoot for a 40% ranged element instant kill. That's right, unlike most games where instant kills are usually light, dark, or occasionally almighty, Persona 2 gives instant kill options to other elements as well. In fact, all 5 physical elements have instant kill options, though the Havoc one is enemy only. And let's not forget Shadow Maya's non-elemental instant kill. Anyway, before we get more into them, we arrive at the hero's temple and need to protect a group of monks from the Nazis. And no sooner than we charge in, does the game crash because Ikichi decided to try to hype up Yukino. So once we add Ikichi to the fight because he can't shut the hell up, this fight isn't anything to worry about, it's just 4 Sturmsoldat and a Commandant again, all of whom can be taken down with Makakaja into Miragion. You will have to make an uncomfortable swing into the Sturmsoldat at half health, but that should make sure you're safe enough to survive the Commandant, and he ran away. With the Nazis defeated, the priest tells us that Shunsuke went up to Karakol by himself, giving him his father's camera to give to Yukino. Shunsuke told the priest that he planned to give it to her if she ever decided to become a full-time photographer, and if she doesn't think she's ready to accept it, to come and return it to him herself. So, with Maya picking a flower on the way out, we head up the mountain to save Yukino's boyfriend. Or rather, that's what I wanted to do, but I accidentally got turned around and went down the mountain like an idiot. So I restocked my items because I may as well, then finally actually went up the mountain. Once you're at the top, we see Nazis just massacring the masquerade, before heading deeper into Karakol, leaving behind 3 spear-wielding guards in giant mech suits. These are the Knights of the Holy Lance, a platoon of 13 that act as the last battalion's anti-persona unit. And unfortunately, they hurt us and also seem to sense our personas. Yukino suggests taking them 2-on-1 and that she'll take whoever's left. But the game gives us a choice anyway. If we choose to pair up with Maya or Michelle, we'll fight Longinus 11. If we choose to pair with Ginkgo or Yukino, we'll fight Longinus 12. If we choose to go it alone, we'll fight Longinus 13. The hardest fights would be 12 with Yukino and 11 with Maya, since they are weak to earth and water respectively, which are Ginkgo and Ikichi's main elements. But if you choose to go solo, Longinus 13 is weak to fire and has the least health by far. And how often does the game expect me to be alone?
Oh, ein Kampf einer gegen einer, mein Junge. Du hast Mut, das gebe ich dir.
I can't understand a word you're saying.
Es ist nicht meine Schuld, dass das Skript in Englisch geschrieben wurde.
Longinus 13 is an introduction to the most annoying enemies in the entire game. While all of the Longinus troops have slightly varied movesets, all 13 share the same moves. MG34 for medium single-target range, Geistig Blitz, which deals high all-target electric damage with a 50% shock chance, and Longinus Copy, which the SMT wiki says should deal damage, but in my game, it just sealed your persona for 1 to 3 turns. The last two moves are the main issue. The game does not tell you when your persona becomes unsealed, so you have to check every turn to see if you can play the game again. Combine this with Geistig Blitz's 50-50 chance to make you skip a turn, and the Longinus fights can go on for as long as the game decides it does. Thankfully, your persona being sealed does not negate their affinities, so if you get sealed, swap to something that isn't weak to electric, ranged, or whatever else that particular Longinus has. And since the game expects us to be taking this solo, Longinus 13 is weak to fire. So a Makakaja boosted Agidyne from Volcana's Custom deals over 600 damage. With this, we were able to take 13 down in 2 shots. With the first 3 Longinus troops dead, we see Shunsuke pinning himself against a tree, just proud to have caught the entire battle on film. He tells Yuki to catch the stars on her camera, but she's beside herself. As the one she loves dies in her arms, so too does her will to fight. At this point, you are given one final character choice: to push Yukino to do what Shunsuke wanted for her, or to go on without her and let her mourn. This decision not only changes the fight you'll get later on, but also decides Yukino's fate. If you leave her to grieve, you'll fight her shadow alongside Anna in the next dungeon, which ends with the two jumping into the sea of collective unconsciousness, which effectively lobotomizes her. So even though it does mean we won't see a fight later, I just never have the heart to do anything but push her to fulfill her love's dreams, causing her to reawaken to her second persona from Persona 1, Durga.
I am Durga. My duty is to rend asunder the evil that threatens this world. Know that your destiny is nothing less than this.
Durga is typically a nuke for this point in the game, possessing incredible affinities starting with Zeodyne and ending on Thunder Inferno, one of the strongest fire attacks in the game that hits all targets with a 50% shock chance. Durga is strong enough to carry you through Caracol, and even some of what comes after. But sadly, it's locked to Yukino, so while I'm really happy for her character growth, it's going in the trash. Moving into Caracol, this is a maze of a labyrinth. Shoggoth and Sator can give you free tarot with the right negotiations, but that's the only good thing here. This area is awkward and confusing, and you will almost definitely get lost. And there's more Nazis. And as if all that wasn't enough, this is the Atlas Teleporter dungeon they keep insisting on adding into every game, complete with tiles that damage you for walking on them that look exactly like every other tile. I offer no tips. This dungeon sucks. Grab whatever free tarot you can and move on. Is what I would say. If you want about to experience, I shit you not, the worst fight in the entire run, bar none. This fight gives me a headache thinking about it. And unfortunately, you've clicked onto the video, so now you have to listen to me yell. First of all, this fight breaks and lies to you. Even though the fight pretends to work, if Ginkgo and Yukino aren't present, Tatsuya will freak the fuck out, and eventually the fight will consistently crash. Not freeze, crash. I'm not sure what causes this, considering everything else functions like normal, but this fight absolutely requires Yukino and Ginkgo. Once we add them in and let them die, we experience the true horror of the Knights of the Holy Lance. They were painful enough when there was just one of them, now there are 3. If all 3 go for Geistig Blitz, you have an 87.5% chance to lose your turn. And that's assuming you can even take an actual turn, since they love spamming, and I do mean spamming, Longinus copy. Sometimes they'll take their entire turn just hitting you with this move. It doesn't even do anything if you're already sealed. Geistig Blitz and Longinus copy leave you with absolutely nothing you can do but wait until the game decides to let you play it again. Until then, you will guard, and then you will heal, and you will hope that the game decides to pity you enough to let you have a turn. And that's just their generic options. 10 has Mamagnara and Sukukaja, meaning she is capable of no small amount of magic damage while also giving them a high chance to dodge. 9 has Magarula along with Poisma, which you'll want to remove the second you are able. With all the damage we're already taking, we can't afford to be taking any more. And 8 has Mewlax and Illusion. If you're sealed, swap off Volcanus Custom. You do not want to be weak to water here for any longer than you need to. But Illusion is a blessing in disguise. I'm not sure if this game's ailment priority or if it even has one, but it seems like if you have an ailment, you can't get hit by another. Meaning if 8 hits you with Illusion, which we still don't care about, you're effectively immune to poison. Even still, this fight is going to be slow as molasses and feel like swallowing nails. But I recommend casting Makakaja, Rakukaja, and Samakaja if you have it, since Rakukaja is only physical defense in this game, with Samakaja acting as magic defense. Use Fire to take down Longinus 8, Earth for 9, and Wind for 10. For me, this meant using Volcanus Custom for Agidine, Demeter for Magnera, and beating 10 to death with whatever I had, since I didn't have any wind. But no matter how prepared you are, this is going to be slow, and the pace will be dictated entirely by the AI. Even once you're set up, if you get unlucky or make a wrong call, you can just get stun-locked until you die. This fight took me longer than any fight in the entire game. It went so long, I literally heard the callouts for their skills in my dreams, and it just made me wake up upset. Gute Nacht, geistig Blitz! Gute Nacht, geistig Blitz! But after 3 fucking hours on this singular fight, we finally beat Longinus 10 through 8. Yukino lets Anna know that she went through a lot of the same things she did, and that she doesn't have to rush to find all the answers. Just relax and you'll find them little by little. At which point, we are confronted by Shadow Yukino. Shadow Yuki tries to hit Yukino with the Persona 4 special, but since she already went through her character arc, she's good to go, and she and Anna hold her off for us while we make our way to June. Moving forward, we find a hallucination of a younger June, who shows us a corrupted version of the flashback Ginkgo stopped back in Mount Iwato. In this version, Sub, Ikichi, and Ginkgo kill Maya inside the Araya Shrine, and June blames himself for not being able to save her. But in spite of Lisa and Ikichi pleading to him that we tried to save her, the child June refuses to believe it. As it vanishes, he leaves behind the raspberry, a flower symbolizing deep regrets, implying that he might be starting to remember what truly happened that day. And later, after another vision, the aster flower, saying he can't forget about us, implying he wants Sub specifically to save him. June is struggling against his own thoughts, and something or someone must be keeping him from remembering the truth. And once we reach the bottom of Caracol, we find the time loop room and go to confront the leader of the masquerade, as well as the Joker after all this time.
Wait, so you're telling me that's not just some crazy disguise? I've been working with actual Hitler.
Well, not really. But let's not give away the surprise, yeah?
June proceeds to sick his group of shadow selves at the Nazis, but when Maya tries to reason with him, the two temporarily unite under a common goal of freeing humanity from the suffering of failing to realize their dreams. And with that, Xibalba rises. I have no idea how they managed to get this shit on the PS1, man. This is incredible. With Xibalba in the air, Hitler proclaims that it will act as the seat of his new dictatorship, then betrays the Joker by having Longinus I attack him, stealing the crystal skulls they use to make Xibalba ascend. The final member of the masquerade sacrifices herself to save him, but Longinus I is still able to make off with the skulls. Hitler flies into the air. How can he do that? Before telling us to move or we'll be swallowed up in the world's destruction. Teleporting away as his Longinus troops fly off. Meanwhile, Joker bids the shadow selves of the rest of the gang to give chase. Before struggling against himself, is he June? Is Maya his mom? Are we his dad? But before he can remember, a disembodied voice tells him that he is the Joker, and he must kill. Finally, we fight the Joker, but now instead of wanting to defeat him, we want to save him. We draw our sword, ready to save our friend, and softlock. This one was a bit tricky to diagnose since the entire party has animations, but at the end of the day, Maya was the culprit. Joker is no easy fight, packing a lot of damaging options with a wide range of elements to cover. High pressure is his simplest attack, just being medium all-target almighty, but everything else has conditions and chances to inflict ailments. Blossom Profusion is almighty with a 40% chance of illusion, Untimely Flowering is medium wind and mind damage with a 50% chance to confuse, and he also has access to ranged damage via Flower Beam. Not to mention, I'm not sure which move inflicts poison since the names differ between the PSP and PS1 translations, but he uses Flower Beam to hit me with poison, which in the wiki is stated to deal confusion. I'm not sure if the PSP changed this or what, but keep an eye out for poison as well. That being said, as long as you don't get confused, Joker is kind of a fairly basic slugger. Buff up with Sukukaja, Makakaja, and Samakaja if you have them, and you can mill through his 2800 HP in no time. But of course, it couldn't be that easy. The game has been building to this encounter the entire time. Did you really think Joker would only have one phase? As the Joker refuses to accept his defeat, he again hears that disembodied voice, telling him that if he desires power, to let the flames of hatred sear his flesh. He agrees, and Nyarlathotep gives him the power of an angel.
Stop! Stop it!
Behold, the power of an angel!
In spite of the fact that Maya was required for Phase 1 against the standard Joker, she is not required for Angel Joker. Thus, using the power of Cheat Engine, I removed Maya from the party before the fight begins. Thankfully, Angel Joker is a much simpler fight. Over half of his kit is light-based. Hamon is a 42% light-based instant kill. Alpha Blaster is a light element attack that has your HP every turn for 8 turns. And Sword of the Holy King deals heavy non-elemental damage with a 50% light-based instant kill. Seeing as Demeter is immune to light, the only hard part of this fight is the setup. I wanted to cast Makakaja to boost the power of my attacks first, so I ended up taking a couple deaths before I got on a run that didn't immediately get instant killed. Once I cast Makakaja, I swapped the Demeter to make use of her light immunity, and proceeded to spam Ultra Freyla for damage. Sword of the Holy King still hits pretty hard, and he does have Zeodyne to go for shock as well, but as long as you don't neglect your HP, Angel Joker is even easier than his first phase. With the Joker defeated, June is now back in his right mind. And everyone has a nice good cry, with June being surprised we still have the lighter he gave us, showing us that he still has the watch we gave him. Maya gives him the Nemophilia flower she picked earlier, to say how she's sorry, at which point we are interrupted by June's father? Who teleports in and tells June to fulfill in Lakiti and guide humanity to Idelian. June, now freed from Nyarlathotep's control, tells his dad to pound sand. strips the powers of the Joker from him and leaves. But before we can deal with the fact that we're not on the Flying City, Philemon pulls us into the Mind Palace to save us. He explains that we are the only ones that can put a stop to the crawling chaos. Now that's a tap. At which point, Yukino asks Philemon to take her persona abilities away, giving them to June instead. She says she doesn't need a persona anymore, and that she needs to keep moving ahead and learn to express herself. Philemon accepts this, and June manifests his persona, Hermes. He is also the second character who can use another's persona, being able to use Durga if Yukino unlocked it. Also, it is also at this point where if you found the masks within Mount Iwato, the rest of the cast will unlock their second awakening personas, of which we really only care about one.
I am thou art I. You have stood against the fire around you and taken it under your command. I am Apollo, the master of the blazing sun within your soul.
After Akechi awakens to Hades, Ginkgo to Venus, and Maya to Artemis crash, we reawaken at the Araya Shrine, now atop Xibalba. As Ixquick shows up with a bunch of kids freaking out about the Flying City, Maya calms them all down by having them tell her about their dreams, before having June teach them the Master Persona game, which I'm sure couldn't possibly have any ramifications in the future. Seriously, Maya, this is insanely irresponsible. With that, we enter the new overworld map of Xibalba. We are officially in the end game, and we have to go to the 4 astrological temples scattered across Sumeru City in an attempt to free the Shadow Selves. Meanwhile, Yukino and Anna agree to stay and fight on the sidelines.
Can I just say one last thing? If you ever have to ride anything again, don't let Maya drive it.
What an odd thing to say.
Thankfully, none of our post-dungeon resources got hit, so we're able to do a bit of pre-dungeon prep. We can tackle the 4 temples in any order, with there being similar demons in each. The layouts of each temple change depending on the order you do them in. For example, if you complete the Taurus temple first, the Aquarius temple becomes simpler, but the Scorpio temple becomes more complex. If you then do Aquarius, the Leo temple becomes simpler and the Taurus more complex. But since we already did the Taurus temple, that doesn't matter. As such, the optimal order for the temples is any order which goes Taurus, Aquarius, Leo, Scorpio, then back to Taurus. So if you start with Leo, follow it up with Scorpio, then Taurus, then Aquarius. I forgot about this and tackled the temples in a completely random order. Thankfully, I got lucky and my order didn't produce any detrimental results. It just meant I took the temples at a neutral state. Do note though, once you enter a temple, you will not be able to begin another until you finish that one. So make sure you commit to your route. With that, I got to fusing some new options. And with over 1,200 free tarot, I was able to go into whatever I wanted. I attempted to be clever here, summoning Ball, who absorbs water to deal with the Scorpio Temple, Barbatos, who repels Earth for the Taurus Temple, Indra, who nulls wind and repels electric for the Aquarius Temple, and Succubus, who resists all magic as a general all-purpose defender. If you're wondering why I didn't fuse anyone for the Leo Temple, Apollo nulls fire, so I already had my answer for that. With my team established, I began with the Taurus Temple. The Taurus Temple isn't really all that much to talk about. The puzzles here mostly consist of conveyor belts and sand pits. The mini-bosses on the way up the temple consist of various Nazis and masquerade cultists that honestly aren't threatening anymore. You should be well used to handling what the game is throwing at you. So make your way up to the top of the Taurus Temple, where we encounter Shadow Ginkgo. Shadow Ginkgo can speak in perfect English due to the rumors, and just proceeds to drag the shit out of Ginkgo, talking about how she dated older men for money and got mixed up with drugs, all to try and boost her own status. Even fawning over Sub was just to get noticed. And Ginkgo doesn't really deny it, but claims that she's not like that anymore, all because she found something she lost a long time. And just... okay, these are the actual lines from the actual game.
I'm talking about my dream 10 years ago. all I wanted was to marry Sub, my first love.
Stop it! The Sub I loved died back then. He's mine! Nobody will take him from me!
Nobody can ever take those feelings away. Sub's feelings belong to Sub alone. But it's the same for my feelings, too.
Who cares about Sub's feelings? Sub belongs to me!
I know I made this bed, but do I have to lie in it? Anyway, this fight had the potential to be scary, but I ended up discovering something extremely interesting about the way Persona 2 handles affinities. If a skill has 2 different elements and you null only one of them, you still take the other element's damage. However, if you repel one of the elements, you shut down the entire attack. So while Shadow Ginkgo's Darkva Magna should deal both Earth and Dark damage with a 40% confusion chance, Barbados repelling Earth negates the entire attack. This all but completely shuts Shadow Ginkgo down. All of her hardest hitting attacks are at least partially Earth element, including her unique attack, Dark Foamy Lover, which deals high Earth and Dark damage with a whopping 74% charm chance. This leaves her with Aqua
Sons the Yuden, and I have over 11 million confirmed kills. I am training guerrilla warfare, and I am the top sniper in the entire Waffen SS. You are nothing to me, but just another target. I will wipe you the fuck out with precision, the likes of which has never been seen before on this earth. Mark my fucking words. You think you can get away with saying that shit to me over the internet? Think again, fucker! As we speak, I am contacting my secret network of spies across Germany, and your IP is being traced right now. So you better prepare for the storm, maggot! The storm that wipes out the pathetic little thing you call your life. You're fucking dead, kid. I can be anywhere, anytime, and I can kill you in over 700 ways, and that's just with my bare hands. Not only am I extensively trained in unarmed combat, but I have access to the entire arsenal of the German SS, and I will use it to its full extent to wipe your miserable ass off the face of the continent, you little shit. If you only could have known what unholy retribution your little clever comment was about to bring down upon you, maybe you would have held your fucking tongue. But you couldn't, you didn't, and now you're paying the price, you goddamn idiot. I will shit fury all over you and you will drown in it. You're fucking dead, kiddo.
L plus ratio, a dork shitler.
Look, I'm not doing Demonless on this game. I don't want to.
I don't want to.
Like, I understand your guys' desire. I get it. I'm the challenge run guy. I understand.
No.
Even old school SMT runs are difficult.
I see you have arrived, Demi-Fiend. But you're too late. It is I who will be the best Megami Tensei challenge runner.
I can't believe it. We truly were the Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne all along. So...
So you're telling me all I need to do is summon demons to fight for me, and then I can reshape the entire world?
We both know this is not the first time you have stood here.
You told me I will carry on your legacy.
You've come a long way. Then do you know why you're fighting now?
Are you satisfied?
Nocturne died, and I was given life. Greetings and salutations, everyone, and welcome back to the first run I ever did. Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne is a game where you negotiate with demons, make friends, kill your friends, and forsake your humanity in order to attack and dethrone God. But what if we were to cut all that friendship BS out and attack and dethrone God with nothing but our bare hands? Can you beat Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne without using any demons? Yes. In fact, multiple people have done so. It's not that special anymore. In fact, so many people have done so that there are guides written for it and multiple videos showing you how. Most use the extra press turn you can unlock on New Game Plus, but in 2020 I showed that it can be done with only one action, albeit on normal difficulty. Which, cut me some slack, I never played the game before, alright? But then in 2023, Deus showed that the same can be done on hard mode. And I think the title of his video says it all. Solo Hard TDE 1 Press is most likely the hardest challenge in Nocturne. So, without any way to make the game harder, I realized there was only one way to prove I'm the biggest masochist in this community. Mod the game itself. Now, there are plenty of mods for the HD release of the game, but when it comes to the original PS2 version, there's really only one. Nocturne Hard Type. A ground-up retool of the game by Modder Zombero that changes formulas, adds new moves, and, obviously, cranks up the difficulty of every fight by several notches. Zombero updated this hack multiple times until October of 2017 before bowing out of the SMT community, making only scant appearances ever since. This is the most popular mod of the game, bar none, to the point where SMT modder Zephyr, 2 H's, not mine, is making an updated version for the HD release. But while Hard Type has been well talked about and documented, Bubble Tea has made an analysis of it, Jim Reaper and Buffmeister have made low-level runs, I found myself in a similar situation to where I was in 4 years ago. While people like Ash Coop and Huaman have done solo runs of Hard Type, they did it with 2 press turns, which gives the player a significant amount of extra breathing room. Thus, I knew what had to be done. Can you beat Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne Hard Type without using any demons? The rules of the run should be familiar to you by now, but for anyone who's new here, at no point is a demon allowed to have any quantifiable effect on anything, whether it's inside of battle or outside of battle. Additionally, I'm not leaving anything on the table this time. The entire challenge must be done on hard mode and must be done on hard type. Everything within those boundaries is fair game, and if you're wondering what I mean by that, I'll explain it in a little bit. Without any other preamble to get through, let's get this pain train started. Last time I named everyone after my Discord mods, but for this one, I wanted to be a bit more meta. So I named my teacher after the YouTuber who inspired me to start challenge running in the first place, and I named my fellow classmates after other SMT challenge runners. Thus, Nyarli will be filling the role of Isamu, Deus will be filling the role of Chiaki, and Game Champ 3000 will be the only person who isn't going to try and kill me today, Yuko Takao. As for myself, my name is Dick, and fuck you for asking. After my dream visitor tells me to go to the hospital for the mental trauma I've endured, I make my way there only to meet up with 2 other trauma victims, when we notice something a little strange.
Doesn't it seem a bit strange that we're the only ones here? I mean, the only people who came here are all mainly SMT channels that focus on challenge runs.
Maybe we are here to finally catch a break. Get an easy run for once.
Hardly. Even old school SMT runs are difficult.
Have you considered Yu-Gi-Oh? That's been fun to dip my toes into.
Persona is always popular too.
True. Still, we should figure out what's going on here. Robin, check the basement. I'll check the upstairs. Deuce, you check the ground floor.
Looking around to find out what's going on, we discover everyone's favorite Widow's Peak brooding in front of a prayer wheel. Hikawa decides to pull the "I'm going to kill everyone in this room" card, but Miss Gamerchamp is polite enough to come in and ask him not to do that and get us out of there.
Okay, so I'm the only one here who hasn't played this game. Can you explain what's going on?
Oh, so, short version, that Vegeta-looking guy is going to use you as a battery to take over the world.
He's going to what?
Listen, and listen well. Go forth and find your reason. Create the new world in your image. In the ashes of the old world there will be demons. Use them as your sword and shield, and fell the challenges before you.
But we both know you're not gonna do that. You will take the world for yourself, by your hands alone, as you've done before. But know that the road is paved with suffering, for the domination you seek within your heart. You must experience true hell.
Wake the fuck up, samurai. We have a city to burn.
With the challenge now firmly underway, we get to see one of Hardtype's quality of life changes. Magatama now display the skills they will provide, and from that, we see that Maragaria has been given a huge upgrade, now providing Death Touch, Stun Gaze, Berserk, Dark Might, and everyone's favorite passive damage option, Counter. Our starting armor has been tuned up quite a bit, giving us a lot more of the game to experiment with early on. But don't be so hasty grabbing everything. See, SMT Nocturne's system for learning skills is a critical factor in the planning process of any challenge run. Once you level up, if you are high enough level to learn a skill from the Magatama, it will try and teach it to you. If you have slots open, you'll learn the skill immediately. Otherwise, you'll have to choose between passing on the skill or deleting an existing one. However, once you pass on a skill or delete it, that skill is gone. Forever. Once we get rid of Lunge, we will never be able to learn it again. Furthermore, if we want a specific skill, we must go through all of the skills that come before it. And since some bosses require some skills, we'll have to keep this in mind for the entire run. But that's future Robin's problem. For now, we meet up with Orlando Bloom, then experience the Nocturne tradition of nearly dying to the tutorial. Oh, thank God. I don't think I would have lived with that hit. Okay. That's the typical script for that encounter, admittedly. Shikigami replaces the first Praetor, but we do it that by slamming out 2 back-to-back lunge crits, enjoying the fact that Hardtype has increased the accuracy and critical rates of, like, most physical skills. This is enough for us to cheese our way through the tutorial, grab the Maragivok, and use it to blow away the final Kodama encounter. One meet up with Lucifer later, and we make our way into the hospital. We meet up with this patient who wants to leave against medical advice because she doesn't trust the doctor, but I'm sure he's fine. Alright, you know what? Fair enough. So our first task is to get her out of Shinjuku Medical. She offers to join our party, so we turn her into our first bench warmer and make our way to the actual first encounter of the run, 3 Praetors. And already the problems start. See, this fight is meant to teach you how you can take advantage of enemies' weaknesses. The Praetors are weak to all magic, so Pixie Zeo can make short work of them. In normal Demonless, while the Praetors can kill you here, the best chance they have is with Feral Claw, which has a 25% crit rate, but only 75% accuracy. In Hard type, Feral Claw's accuracy has been boosted to 94%, making that 25% crit rate much scarier. And even if they don't crit, Feral Claw still deals around 9 to 10 damage, and they deal 8 with their basic attack. To put it simply, at 42 HP, if we take 5 hits, we die. Each Praetor takes 2 hits to kill, 1 if we crit with lunge, but each lunge costs half a hit's worth of HP. If we don't get that crit, we're in serious trouble. And while I probably could have saved Scum to win with lunge spam, I wanted something a bit more consistent for, you know, the first fight of the game. Thankfully, I knew just how to do that. Remember when I said the Praetors were weak to all magic? All we need is some form of magic damage, and I knew exactly where to get it. If we could save the Miragi Rock from the tutorial for this fight, we'd increase our odds of success dramatically. So I rebooted my entire save and took the game for another spin. Killed everything again, no problem, grabbed the Miragi Rock, then got back to the Praetors. We can still absolutely get hit 3 times turn 1, which will most likely mean we die turn 2, but RNGing out a miss is a lot easier when you have a giant AoE fire attack on your side. It takes a few attempts, but after around 6 tries, we dodge the first hit, use the Miragi Rock to bring every Praetor within 1 hit of death, and drop 1 with a basic attack. Next turn, we get hit twice, putting us 3 hits from death. We kill 1 next turn, take a 4th hit, and 1 more basic attack officially starts the run. Of course, don't think you're out of the woods yet. Random encounters are a nightmare on hard mode, and now they're even worse. Days once called this little icon here the panic meter, because if it's red, you're about to get mugged. Well, I hope you're ready to micromanage that meter with the moon, because if this is red when this is full, you're about to experience one of hard type's new full moon encounters. During the full moon, if you get an encounter, it will always be one of these new full moon encounters. Special fight that was specifically crafted to be absolute hell. These fights will put the fear of God into you, and you will be constantly watching the moon to try and avoid them. And Shinjuku Medical's full moon makes one hell of a first impression. You might think a slime should be easy, but these things resist physical, have Sukunda, hit like a truck, and can panic you with Sonic Wave. And on top of that, they can also use Gathering to summon more slimes, who can also use Gathering to summon even more slimes. Do not even consider fighting the slimes until you are leaving Shinjuku Medical. It is simply not worth it. You will die. Take what encounters you can and slowly make your way through Shinjuku Medical. With the exception of slime time, you should always have something to grind on, and if you can't, you can talk your way out of it. However, while in Shinjuku Medical, you'll also unlock the one thing that makes this area, nay, the entire run, possible. Death Touch. Anyone who's ever played an SMT or Persona game before knows Death Touch, sometimes called Life Drain, is usually a garbage move, dealing pitiful damage and healing you for the same amount. In Hard type, Death Touch is the savior of the run, no joke. It costs a meager 4 MP and hits for about the damage of a basic attack. However, one of the changes Hard type made to the math of Nocturne is that magic now scales with level. I've gone into the particulars before, but short version, in the original game, almost every magic skill peaks in damage around level 30, then slowly gets worse over time until level 160, when it bottoms out. Hard type changes that, allowing magic skills to scale forever, just like physical. So Death Touch starts out dealing damage on par with our basic, and will always do that much damage, while also being Almighty Element and healing us. All these things combined keep Death Touch relevant for literally the entire game. Don't think this means you can coast though. The final boss of the area, Hornius, is still capable of getting damage to stick even through Death Touch. However, Death Touch makes it so we have to use items to heal significantly less often. Queen Akaya in the stream chat said she thought I'd end up keeping Death Touch until the end game, and she was right. This run would not have been possible without, if I might steal a joke from Deus's videos, Death Touch Gaming. Speaking of Hornius, punching a fish isn't all that different from the last time we did it. He's still weak to electric, so if you pick up the Mazio Rock in the pavilion, you can potentially get a free lunge crit. But other than that, he just does slightly more damage and has slightly more HP. He does still have his unique attack, Icy Death, but he never went for it in any of my attempts, and after a few tries, he goes down. Got him! R-Type allows all demons to gain 75% experience, even in the stock, with Watchful now providing 100%. So Pixie, now evolved into High Pixie, makes it to Yoyogi Park. She could leave, but as it turns out, she quite likes bench warming, so we take her along for the ride. When you get to Shibuya, save immediately. The enemies here are quite a bit scarier than those in Shinjuku Medical, and if you roll something like 4 Moryus and 2 Will-O-Wisps, you're probably dead. Our goal is to get to the club within Shibuya and speak to Deus, who's probably coping with the fact that the world just got a realm aboard. After that, we need to get back to the save point, or else we lose all the progress we made and have to start over. I recommend starting this journey when the moon is at 7/8 waning, to minimize the odds of getting into a full moon encounter. If you do need to grind, do so in Yoyogi Park. It's right next to a healing station, and the enemies here are closer in power level to Shinjuku Medical than Shibuya is, so lunge and death touch spam should still be enough. This should give you enough power to reach the club, and also give you the money to purchase the Shiranui and Iomante Magatamas from the Jack Frost shop, which I highly recommend doing before leaving Shibuya. Shiranui's fire immunity will prove invaluable, but Iomante is the big one here, as it provides Tarunda, Secunda, and Rakunda. Be extremely careful when leveling with Iomante equipped. You don't want to level up and learn a skill too soon, and debuff skills are worth their weight in gold. But with enough effort, enough grinding, and enough money, we eventually make it to the club to see how Deus is taking the end of the world.
I can't believe it. We truly were the Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne all along.
Neither of us really know what we want to do yet, but it's still early into the game, so we got time to figure it out. For the time being, we only need to worry about getting back to the save point. Talking to Hijiri, he agrees to send us into VR chat as a shortcut to Ginza. I recommend making a backup save before going into the metaverse, since you can't leave once you enter, and the encounters here are a step up from Shibuya. The Airthers can cast Rakukaja to make themselves far tankier than they have any right to be. The Aeros have Dia to make killing anything take way too long, and we still have Moryu to deal with. The only solace is that the full moon encounter here is against 2 Shisa. While they do open on double Warcry, we have Fire Breath at this point, so there's still a good grind option if you can swing it. This visit to Amala is slow and confusing, but as long as you keep yourself a manageable distance away from the last healing station, you should be able to get to the end without too much trouble. Though I would be remiss if I didn't show the one big mistake I made here. What level do we get this? Fuck. Okay, it's not Rakunda. It's not Rakunda. It's not Rakunda. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Not even one dungeon after I expressed how careful we had to be with Iomante, and I already went and blew a skill on it. Thankfully, Tarunda isn't the only attack debuff we can obtain, and it's still useful to us right now. But we just have to hope this doesn't come back to bite us later. Still, our new ability to debuff the offenses of our enemies does make the rest of the Amala network easier, bringing us to our latest roadblock, the Spectre. The Spectre will open by summoning 6 of himself, and after 3 turns, he'll fuse together. The strength of the fusion depends on how many of him are alive. Under no circumstances should you let him fuse with 6, but thankfully they only have around 180 HP, so 2 critical hits from lunge should drop 1. They only have physical and fire attacks, so come in with Shiranui to null fire, and you'll rob them of a good number of turns. If you picked up counter, it's possible to get them down to 3 specters, but 4 or 5 is fine. The fused specter has 2 press turns, and 2 basic attacks will deal around 100 damage. Not technically lethal, but Death Touch Gaming won't heal enough to keep us alive if he does it again. Use beads if you have to, and if he opens on Agi, go for Tarunda to debuff him. Although, that does bring me to one of Hard-type's most oppressive changes. Player buffs only go to +2, and enemy debuffs only go to -2. The math behind them hasn't changed, but this means our buff-debuff scale is 150% to 50%, whereas the enemies is 200 to 75. This means we won't be able to rely on buffs and debuffs to completely outclass a fight, but for this one, reducing Spectre's offense by 2 stages is enough for Death Touch Gaming to keep us alive until we're able to counter him to death. Arriving in Ginza, we now have access to Rag's jewelry, which provides us some extremely useful options. Attack and magic mirrors to repel physical and magic attacks, Dekaja rocks to cleanse buffs on enemies, as well as 3 new options. The Medusa Eye, a death-type item which replicates the Stone Gaze skill, the Dakunda Rock, which replicates Dakunda to remove debuffs on ourselves, and the Luster Candy, a new consumable which gives us a +1 to all stats. While the Medusa Eye is certainly useful against enemies weak to death, we'll be able to buy them with normal money later. Meanwhile, Dakunda Rocks and Luster Candies are invaluable. In base Nocturne, the Demi-Fiend has no way to cast Dakunda. It is somehow a demon-exclusive skill. This is one of the most game-defining aspects of a typical demonless run, as the only way you can remove debuffs was to just buff yourself until they're gone. The Dakunda Rocks give us a control over battles we simply did not have in the original game, and I cannot thank Zombarro enough for that. But even more important is the Luster Candy. Yes, it's single use rather than a skill, but a +1 to all stats is huge. Sadly, we can't buy any yet as we lack the gems to do so, but if we can find an easy way to grind diamonds, emeralds, and pearls, we'll have a renewable source of Omni buffs. But for now, we're stuck in Ginza, and there's not really a lot to do here. Nyx's bar is pretty empty, and she won't serve us alcohol because and Loki won't let us into his room either, so we blow this popsicle stand and find an abandoned warehouse, which leads us to the sewers where the mud people live. We learn that they're hiding from the mantra, and nearly 4 years later, continue to give no fucks about this situation. However, the makeshift mannequin town does provide us with the greatest grinding well at this point in the game. Everywhere in the Ginza underpass that's not in the water doesn't trigger random encounters, which allows us to avoid full moon encounters, and the Asura here are extremely easy to grind and level off of. In addition, this is the first shop to sell chakra drops, which means we now have a reliable MP heal. On top of that, this shop also sells 3 Magatama. Ankh, the first healing Magatama, so we can grab Dia off of that. Hifumi, our first Force Null Magatama with some fantastic skills. And Kamuto, our first physical resisting Magatama, which packs both focus as well as our new random encounter killer, Bite and Blast. Ki Blast has a bit less power than our basic attack and has only an 88% hit rate, but makes up for it by being all targets and having an insane 50% crit rate. This singular move allows us to stand encounters in group fights, and combos extremely well with Death Touch Gaming due to its higher crit rate. What HP we spend for Ki Blast, we can heal if we get a crit, which the more targets we have, the better those odds are. We will have plenty to purchase from this shop in due time, but for now, the guard won't let us through. But this guy tells us he can get us past if we
Oh, my camera stopped working at some point.
do him a favor.
Alright, so you need to sneak to Loki's room. Go into his computer and steal his pawn.
Why?
Well, the world blew up, dude. You know how hard it is to find anything good without internet? I mean, come on!
So we sneak into Loki's room and steal his hard drive. Sadly, on the way out, we have to contend with a literal internet troll, who is thankfully fairly easy to kill by tossing on Wadatsumi and hoping for the best. He is weak to charm, so if you have any wagtail plumes, this fight is even easier, but you shouldn't need them. With that done, we head back to the underpass and hand Loki's flash to the collector, who provides us a slip that lets us through. But of course, you all know what time it is. A younger man once said, "This boss, who is known for being extremely hard, is extremely hard." And I couldn't agree more. Matador hasn't seen too many changes, aside from his HP going from 1,000 to 2,500. The only major change is that he swapped Mazan for a new hard-type exclusive move, Dervish. Dervish is only slightly stronger than Mazan and lowers the target's evasion by 1 stage on hit. Important note, it only lowers evasion. Unlike Secunda, it does not affect accuracy. That said, if he hits you with this, you can kiss your odds of dodging goodbye. And Matador is the first boss that really benefits from the change in the magic formula. Since Matador's level 30, his Mazan would already be getting worse in the base game. Hard type keeps his damage strong, so Dervish is gonna hit hard. And the rest of his kit is still solid. Focus and Andalusia still hit like a truck, and he now benefits total power of 32, the same as a basic attack. It also had the same accuracy as a basic attack and only a slightly increased critical rate of 13%. This made it essentially spending 3 MP for a slightly fancier basic attack. In hard type, every aspect of E and I has been upgraded. Its damage has been increased to 9 power each for a total of 36. Its accuracy has been bumped up to 150%, essentially making it impossible to miss. Its crit rate has been increased from 13 to 30, but more than any of that, it now debuffs evasion and defense by 1 stage on hit. I shit you not, Dante is capable of killing you by spamming this move and doing nothing else. That's real, it can happen, it did happen, multiple times. More than half of Dante's available options are literally incapable of missing, including but not limited to bullet time, which is literally incapable of missing. The tooltip says so. It's Swift from Pokémon. I needed more of an edge than I had, and I was getting close, but just barely not managing to win off of counters alone. I had the skills I needed, and I was getting lucky, but it wasn't getting me results. But when skill and luck failed me, I remembered the wise words of my elders.
That's right, we're gonna cheat.
While doing some testing on my own to strategize the fight, I accidentally began using a Luster Candy, stopped, and then used a Mirage Rock, only to find that I had somehow accidentally buffed the enemies instead. Upon further testing, this could apply to every item. I had discovered a hard-type exclusive glitch that I dubbed the Luster Glitch. The method is simple. Begin using a Luster Candy, stop, and then either use any other item or Demi-Fiend's basic attack for some reason. The item will be consumed, and the target of the effect will receive the effects of the Luster Candy. So a medicine will luster the target it's used on, the Charger Rock will luster your entire party, and a Mirage Rock will buff the entire enemy party. Also, I have no idea why Demi-Fiend's basic attack works, but it buffs the enemy you swing at, which is somehow even stranger than everything else I said. I'm not sure if this is an issue with storing data in the game's memory, or caused by the fact that the Luster Candy occupies one of Nocturne's typically unused item slots, but the effects cannot be understated. Using this glitch, the price of a Luster Candy goes from 30,000 Maka to around 500 or 1,200, depending on the item we use. Speaking of, hang up is that the item you use must be one that can be used on the target. So you can only use a medicine if you aren't at full HP, a chakra drop if you aren't at full MP, etc. This lack of needing to spend hours grinding up a single Luster Candy gave me the edge on Dante that I needed, as I was now able to luster up to +2 offense much more easily. Combined this with a couple of attack mirrors I found to potentially get him to E&I himself, made for a much more powerful combination, as I could potentially find myself at +2 evasion, which could cause his basic attack to miss. Nothing else though, E&I and Rebellion are still guaranteed even at max evasion. Eventually he gets low enough to break out Provoke and Bullet Time. In spite of his guaranteed hit chance and 30% chance to panic, Bullet Time actually isn't that bad, as it's his weakest attack by far and the only move he has outside of his basic attack that has a normal 4% crit rate. It took a lot of counters and a lot of luck, but after 2 straight streams of Dante attempts, we send him back to hell. He's at 476. He's at 470. Six. Yes! One more counter. One more counter. One more counter. Give me your soul! Good fucking God! That took all day! Now able to finally get into Mantra HQ, we talked to their leader, Gozu Tenno, and he gives us the power to have 2 more demons in our stock. Cool. This is when Fiend number 2 becomes available, Daisojo. Last time, I waited to tackle him until after I did some later content, but this time, we're doing it now. Daisojo is one of the easiest fiends, but he's also one of the hardest. He is one of the most oppressive moves for this point in the game, meditation. While it's not the hardest hitting attack in the world, it still drains a pretty significant amount of HP for this point in the game, while also draining your MP. This creates a twofold problem. We need to outdamage his healing, while also being able to do so without losing too much MP. This brings us to how Daisojo is one of the easiest fiends. Most fiends can be put into one of 2 boxes. They either have Dekunda or they have Dekaja. Daisojo is one of the only fiends that has neither. In a normal run, this isn't all that useful, since we'd only have access to debuffs at this point in the game anyway. But this is far from a normal run. Fog Breath and Luster Candy get our evasion to an extremely respectable level, while also reducing the amount of HP and MP he steals on hit. Hindsight 2020, I could have kept Sarunda with a bit more strategizing, but this already made the fight much more manageable. Of course, dumbass that I am, I still decided to wear Kamuto to resist his physical attacks, instead of wearing Iumate to block the Mind Element Preach. Something Kamuto is notably oh no! Weak against. Not like that, not like that, not like that! Come on. We just have to clear. Meditation is a guarantee though right now. Wait. Oh my god. Come on. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god. Dude. Fucking get your shit together. What is happening? Holy fuck! But with probably the biggest instance of luck I've ever seen, we managed to pull a run out of our ass and close the book on Daisojo for good. Gotta go for that dark fight. Yeah! Never punished! Never punished! Absolutely never punished! Anyway, Gozu Tenno offered us to join the Mantra and help him raid the Assembly of Nihilo, which we sign on to wholeheartedly for reasons I'll get into later. In here, we have to fight Eligor, Eligor, and Bareth, before we finally have to head back and fight Patrick Star and his dumbass cousins. These guys are weak to Expel, so I decided to toss out a couple of the Mahama rocks I had on hand, which dropped 2 of them. From there was literally nothing else the last one could do to stop me from Death Touch gaming it to death. You'll have to excuse my speeding through this section, there's not really much to talk about. Our Ki Blast Fog Breath combo made sure that the encounters weren't too difficult, so most encounters could be bowled through until we make our way down to Hikawa.
I see you have arrived, Demi-Fiend, but you're too late. It is I who will be the best Megami Tensei Challenge Runner. Watch as I kill all my enemies in a single cutscene.
Dude, no.
What?
You're supposed to kill your friends.
Oh, Shit.
It's alright, keep trying.
Thanks. I appreciate it. Oh, I forgot to mention, Game Champ plays a key part in this system.
I have no idea what that even means, but I'm happy to play a key part in this system.
And now... The Cheetah Men.
Ose has not changed at all in hard type, only gaining a bit of an HP bump. Well, that was until I buffed the boss by accident. Yeah, remember when I said the Luster Glitch applies the +1 to the targets of the item? It does not discriminate. So when I accidentally used the Dekaja Rock instead of a Tetraja Rock, I buffed all of Ose's stats by +1 instead. And to add insult to injury, that was my last Dekaja Rock, so I couldn't even get rid of the buffs. But ever the masochist and really not feeling like reloading, I decided to play the fight out. Thankfully, a +1 didn't make the fight much different from normal. He mostly focuses on hitting you with powerful physical attacks made much more accurate via Tsukukaja, usually opting for focus into Heat Wave. Thankfully, Kamuto's physical resistance halves that damage, and Fog Breath and Luster Candy give us a fairly high miss chance, to the point where we don't need to worry about it hitting all that much. While he does have the Kaja and Dekunda, meaning he could theoretically remove our buffs or his accuracy nerfs whenever he wanted, he literally never used them. He also has Tetracon and Makaracon, which allow him to repel physical or magical attacks for the turn. But Almighty ignores both, so Death Touch Gaming still applies. Death Touch is the name of the game here. It gets around his shields and keeps us alive even if he manages to land a high damage hit through our mitigations. This fight is far from free, but as long as you're careful, you can send this Cheetah Man back to the NES, unlocking the Anathema Magatama. Returning to Ikebukuro, we see, hey, Deus!
Hey, Robin, what's up?
Yeah, just came back from tearing apart Nihilo. You?
I just got here through the Ginza underpass. Did you meet the mannequins? I love the twitchy little guys. I wanna try to help them, don't you?
We learn that they're hiding from the mantra, and nearly 4 years later, continue to give no fucks about this situation. Absolutely.
Great. Well, I'm gonna go try and get some demons. I heard they might be gathering at Asakusa soon.
That was close. Anyway. Hey, Gnarly, have you figured out your reason yet?
What the hell are we doing wandering around in this godforsaken world?
Okay, he's still going through it. We'll check on him in a few. So we make our way out of Ikebukuro, only to get ambushed by a non-copyright infringing Ghost Rider on our way down the freeway. And I'm gonna be real. I gave this one my best shot, but it was not happening. Hellbiker is unique among the fiends in that he is the only one with both Dekunda and Dekaja. As one of his unique moves, Hell Exhaust also Dekaja's your entire field. And frustratingly, the Dekaja still applies even if you're immune to force, so that's fun. But the real issue with this fight comes down to our available options. Hellbiker has two elemental options: the aforementioned Force Element Hell Exhaust and Scald, which replaces Hellburner and now acts as a Miragi that debuffs physical attack by one stage on hit. If we wear Hifumi to Null Force, we'll be weak to fire, meaning Scald will now deal insane damage and kill us the second we reach his later phases. And if we wear Shiranui to Null Fire, we'll be weak to Force, which will kill us even sooner. And both of these skills mean that we won't be able to maintain buffs and debuffs, so we can't try to cover a weakness that way. And while Kamuto's physical resistance would help us with his basic attack, it would leave us neutral to his elementals, so he can rip a hole in us without any notable effort. It would be some time before we could even entertain the idea of doing this fight, but we will do it eventually. Arriving at the Kabukicho prison, we find the mannequins Dace was so eager to work with in prison, so we gotta help them if we want any hope of being able to. This dungeon is really more of a puzzle cube than anything else, and it is definitely pretty confusing. Since you need to swap between the real world and the illusory upside down world in order to navigate the place effectively. But with enough effort, you'll make your way through the prison and reach the final boss, Mizuchi, who is most likely the least changed fight in the entire game. His HP is only been increased by 1,800 for a total of 6,600. That's literally it. That being said, the changes to the magic formulas do increase his damage by no small amount, as he starts with heavy damage ice attacks along with the mind element Mirage. But Luster Candies and Fog Breath give us the dodge chance to avoid damage, while Death Touch Gaming keeps us alive when we do take damage. I recommend using Iomante over Watatsumi, as dodging the panic chance on Mirage just felt better to me. Always start a turn with Miragi Rock for damage, but in terms of the order in which to set up, I recommend starting by lustering up for both damage mitigation as well as evasion. Once he misses, use Fog Breath, as him being at -2 with us at +1 gives us a higher dodge chance than us being at +2. After that, luster up at the next opportunity, and Mizuchi won't even be able to touch you.
My thanks to you for saving me. I am Futomimi. You may know it already, but I can see into the future. Allow me to prophesize your future as a token of my gratitude. I gotta get out of here.
Wonder what his deal was. Anyway, I think he said Gnarly's in here. Hey, Gnarly, have you figured out your reason yet?
I saw everything.
What?
This world, this challenge, it's all fake. We're just recorded lines, forced to say the same things over and over again.
What are you on about?
As long as this game exists, we won't ever die. Nocturne will just keep going forever. I'm sorry, Robin. I know what I have to do.
What is it about SMT that makes all of my friends so weird? Anyway, so with the mannequins freed, we make our way over to the Ikebukuro Tunnel. Thankfully, I've played this game so many times that I basically know the Ikebukuro tunnels like the back of my hand. But that's not the main thing in this area. That would be the Onis. Suiki, who specializes in ice, Fubuki, who specializes in force, and Kinki, who specializes in physical. In the base game, Suiki and Fuki are pushovers, since their physical attacks are weak enough to face tank while you use a Magatama to null their magic attacks. However, hard types' higher damage numbers mean that even at +2, physical attack spam against neutral resistances can still be lethal if they get lucky. And since every Oni has had their HP at least doubled, the odds that they'll get lucky are higher than I can handle at my current level. And don't even get me started on Kinki. As such, we decide to table these for now, traded Ikebukuro Tunnel fairly uneventful. And speaking of uneventful, arriving at Asakusa is fairly uneventful as well. For most people, Challenge Run or no, you'd have beaten Daisojo and Hellbiker by now, as they really aren't that difficult if you know what you're doing. This allows you access to the second Kalpa of Amala, and beating that spawns the 4 Horsemen as bosses. Specifically, White Rider will now spawn in front of almost every terminal in the world. However, since Nicolas Cage still draws breath, we can't go in. Thus, Asakusa is peaceful for the time being, and we can save unabated. This also means we can start purchasing stuff from the Everything to Fuck White Rider shop before White Rider even arrives, which is extremely useful. Gehenna is as useful as ever, containing Void Fire, Fire Drain, and Magma Axis. And Nirvana is nothing to sneeze at either, giving us Divine Shot, the strongest physical skill we have access to until the mid to late game. But there's also now a third option. Gaze. For those unaware, Gaze is typically obtained by completing puzzles. A minigame that takes around 3 hours to complete without a guide, or an hour with one. There are no checkpoints either, so you have to do the entire thing in one shot or start over. Literally everyone hates Puzzle Boy. So, mercifully, Zambero allowed Gaze to be purchased in the Asakusa Junk Shop for 25,000 Maka on normal mode or 50,000 on hard, since hard mode only doubles shop prices now instead of tripling them. We beat Puzzle Boy anyway though, because Mama didn't raise no chickens. Anyway, so Futomimi won't talk to us anymore, but we hear through the grapevine that Hikawa is keeping Game Champ in the Obelisk. But I wasn't about to move forward on the Obelisk while Hellbiker still lived, much less Fuki and Suiki. Those are chump fights. How do I expect to take the Moire sisters if I can't even kill those losers? But I couldn't just start taking skills willy-nilly. Remember, any skill's gone forever, and I knew the Moire sisters were going to require a very specific set of skills. I needed a plan. I needed a route. So I slept on it and routed my path through the Onis and through to the Moire sisters. I decided to start with Suiki. I came in at level 47 with Death Touch, Counter, Fog Breath, Focus, Hell Thrust, Hellfire, Anti-Ice, and also Key Blast for random encounters, because 50% crit rate is enough to cheese most fights. This, alongside Kamuto, allowed me to resist everything Suiki had. Combined with the +2 to defense from Luster Candies, and Fog Breath allowing us to go +2, -2 on evasion and accuracy, makes Suiki pretty consistent, and Hellfire and Death Touch Gaming make him completely controllable. Up next, I actually made use of a consistent grind well I found. See, the full moon encounter in the Ikebukuro tunnels is a Sarasvati that likes to spam extremely hard-hitting force attacks. However, that is the only thing she does. So if we come in with Hifumi, we can completely shut her down. This obviously helps if you find yourself about to get into a full moon fight, since you can just toss on Hifumi for a second. But how do we farm this? Well, to understand that, we need to understand how the panic meter works. Every time you come out of a random encounter, the game rolls randomly to determine how long it'll be until the next encounter, ranging anywhere from around 60 seconds of uninterrupted walking to before the fight music can even fade out. This is indicated by the color of the gauge, as it goes from yellow to red. However, this can be manipulated in two ways. The first is via save rooms and load zones. If you leave the map or enter a save room, the game re-rolls the encounter timer. The second is by entering an area where random encounters do not trigger, indicated by the meter being zone. The timer does not reset, but is instead paused. If it was orange when you entered a blue zone, it'll be orange when you come back, unless you do something to cause a re-roll. This is what we want. After our encounter with Sarasvati, run around until the meter is nice and red, just before a random encounter would actually trigger. At which point, run upstairs into the subway. From here, run around until the moon is full, then head back downstairs. An encounter will trigger, and the full moon guarantees it'll be Sarasvati, who will get stonewalled by Hifumi for free experience. Rinse and repeat until you're the level you want. Now with a perfect EXP farm, we drop Hellfire and Anti-Ice for Warcry and Void Force off of Hifumi. This, combined with Kamuto, allows us to all but stonewall Fuki, as any damage he does to us with physical attacks is healed off with Death Touch Gaming. Sadly, Kinky proved to be much too difficult, as his strategy is much more fine-tuned. He has two actions and always does the same thing every round with them. The first action is a buff or debuff. Tarukaja, Rakukaja, Tarunda, Rakunda, or Dekunda if you have him particularly debuffed. He follows us up with a physical attack, which means we have to manage healing ourselves, along with keeping the buff state of the fight within reasonable bounds, or else the fight will spiral out of control. There is, however, a pretty easy solution to this fight, but I hadn't realized it yet, so we'll come back to this kill-based. So I upgraded Ki Blast to Hades Blast, which is awesome because my joke still works, and after a few more turns of mindless slaughter, I managed to make the Spectres just decide to blow themselves up after 10 Spectres go down. With this, we arrive at the Amala Temples, with myself and Nyarli having a common goal. He wants to awaken his god, I want more bosses to kill. Win-win. But before we do that, I decided that Kinky had lived for too goddamn long. Unfortunately, he was still too powerful. The issue really comes down to the fact that he is consistently buffing with Tarukaja and Rakukaja, while also nerfing our defense with Rakunda. Kinky requires us to maintain buff state, healing, and damage, and that's simply too much with the damage he's dealing. But that's when I realized Kinky has no options that are not physical. Meaning, if we had enough attack mirrors, we could literally make him defeat himself. I'm gonna be real, when I write these scripts, I like to maintain an air of, oh, then I did this, and then I did this, hooray, because that's what makes the most sense narratively. But for this, I've been trying Kinky on and off since I beat Suiki and Fuki, getting nowhere every time. Do you know how embarrassing it is to be balls deep into Nocturne Story and getting walled by this fuck? So you know what? I take what win I can. I went and grinded up a shitload of attack mirrors, which is to say I killed the enemies that dropped the gems that let me buy attack mirrors from Rag's Jewelry, and soft reset until I got what I wanted, so I could keep my level as low as possible, and then with my stock ready, motherfucker has 6k HP, right? Yep. The world needs you more than me. From there, we reach the final Oni in the chain, Ongyoki.
Foul sorcerer, how dare you cast me through time with your fell magics?
Wait, huh? What?
What you've done to me, I can't forgive.
Whatever that was about, Ongyoki is one of the few fights that is different, less in terms of HP and more in terms of kit. He only gains an extra 1400 HP, going up to 6900, nice, but subbed out Tarukaja for Debilitate, and Tsukukaja for Megiddo. This gives Ongyoki a lot more to do and makes him significantly more of a threat. While the overall gimmick of him creating replicas that can only be identified under the full moon is the same, the threat those guys pose is significantly greater, due to how much harder they hit and how much more they have at their disposal. Not to mention, Ongyoki was held back by his physical skills in the original game. In Base Nocturne, Dark Sword and Stasis Blade both had a high 40% crit rate and status affliction rate, but only a 60% chance to actually hit. In Hard Type, these moves have been buffed dramatically, gaining 5% additional crit rate and going up to 92% accuracy. Even Mudun is now scary. Even if you're doing well, one of the Ongyokis can just scam a win. On my winning attempt, I elect to grab Void Death and Retaliate, giving us an above average chance to respond to Ongyoki's many physical attacks by deleting one copy if it's a copy, or all copies if it's the real one, while also eating turns if they go for Mudu. And with this, I was just barely able to sneak out a win. There we go! Okay! Thank God! Fuck! Except not really. See, Void Death was a bit of an impulse grab, and I knew I'd probably want it for Beelzebub and his 100% guaranteed death-based instant kill. So, satisfied for the time being with beating Ongyoki in theory, I reloaded to a point before I grabbed Void Death and moved on back to the Amala temples. There are 3 bosses here for us to tackle: Albion, Asiel, and Scotty. Up first, we took on Albion, who summons 4 mini-me's as backup. Each of the small fries have color-coded affinities. Red repels fire and is weak to ice, yellow repels electric and is weak to force, etc. The only real change here, aside from Albion now having 10,000 HP, and the Zoa having 4,500, is that Albion himself is now immune to physical, which makes this fight take slightly longer, but not all that much. The gimmick of this fight is that if Albion goes down, the Zoa will use their turn to revive him, and if all the Zoas go down, Albion will use his turn to revive them. However, since Albion only does this if all the Zoa are dead, we just need to make sure that the last Zoa goes down at the same time as Albion. I still had Void, Ice, and Force's skills, and came in with Gehenna for Drain Fire. so the only thing that could damage me with spells was the electric Zoa. So I took him out first using Death. I'm gone, I could now spam my Zero Rocks to hit the green one's weakness without hitting the yellow one's repel. Once green goes down, swap to fire or ice items, then once the last Zoa is within a single hit of death, swap to focusing Albion with Death Touch. Once he's too close to hit again, throw out one final Mabufu Rock and tap the fight in with whatever item or skill you prefer. This also unlocks the Adama Magatama, a useful electric-based Magatama we'll use later. Up next is Scotty, who has actually seen quite a change for Hard-type. She's gained Drain Ice as an affinity and swapped Mazandine for Niflheim, a new Hard-type move that does mega ice damage to all targets while also lowering evasion. Earthquake has also been buffed to now have a chance to stun, though it still mercifully can't crit unless you're frozen or shocked. Scotty's changes require a bit of change in strategy, but not one we aren't prepared for. See, I made sure to keep Void Ice all the way until this fight, because I knew that they had changed Scotty to have a focus on ice, and taking Scotty without physical resistance and Void Ice would be a nightmare. I'd been thinking 2 steps ahead for the entire run, but this is when I really started planning things out, calling on all my knowledge of this game so I can make as many right choices as possible. Between my own knowledge and me looking up various resources on Hard-type, I've been able to keep 2 steps ahead of this game for a while. And while it's not been easy, it helped me considerably and makes this significantly more possible. It does take a couple of goes, mostly because we neglected to cover Thunderclap, and while I would love to take Void Expel, trust me, there's a reason I'm not taking Void Expel. But with a bit of elbow grease, we were able to take down Scotty in a couple of attempts. Then we come to Asiel. Asiel has seen 2 notable changes. The first is to his unique move, Black Sun. No, I'm not even touching that name, this video's on thin ice as it is. Black Sun now only reduces you to 100 HP. But seeing as the changes the buffs and debuffs prevent us from taking less than 100 damage anyway, 100 HP may as well be 1. Secondly, it now also applies Dekaja, which renders half of the above point moot. But the second change is more insidious. Mana Drain has been replaced with Hellfang. This means that rather than attempting to mill your MP before killing you, Asiel will just try to kill you before killing you. Unfortunately, this change does something very funny to Asiel's kit. By removing Mana Drain, Asiel has lost his only non-physical option. This means identical to Kinky, Asiel can now be entirely walled by attack mirrors. Also, fun fact, the way repels work in Nocturne, the enemy takes the damage you would have taken. So it's actually better for us to not resist physical for these fights, as it doubles the value of every attack mirror. With the Amala temples done, we see Nyarli toss Jiri into the Kool-Aid, which is fine as he is barely a character. And Nyarli summons his god.
Like the look of my god, he will carry us upon his back to a new land, a land free from Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. I'll call him Noah. Get it? Because he looks like an arc.
So it's true. A reason has been conceived.
We must alert Deus. If he does not act fast, the mannequins will not receive their happy ending.
Oh, Deus is giving the mannequins a happy ending. That's nice. Though the mannequins are part of Nocturne. After everything I've done, so many bodies at my feet. Can I truly say I've destroyed Nocturne if the mannequins are alive? I said I'd destroy this game, but do I have to kill innocents to... No. I said I gave no fucks about their situation in 2020, and I'm not about to start now. I'm not here to win. I'm here to dominate. And nothing is going to stand in my way. Mifunashira was filled with angels looking to protect the mannequins, as well as a full moon encounter with Dionysus, who can be walled with void fire or better, so don't worry about him too much. Ironically, the hardest fights here are against the mannequins themselves. But with their weak physical attacks, it's not like they're capable of much. Plus, they're dropping beads, so they're actually pretty worth it for us to kill. With that, there's nothing to stop us from reaching the bottom.
What do you mean? He would never do something like that.
I foresaw it the day I met him. Deus, you must put a stop to this madness before he can make his way through. Oh god, he's here already!
Oh, fuck. You're not really trying to stop the mannequin from getting a reason, are you? We can give them an ending. You wouldn't stop that, would you?
Hi, Editing Robin. I feel the need to step in because I've completely changed this scene for the sake of my own narrative. So, Chiaki, played by Deus, is here killing all the mannequins, and the angels are on her side. This is the singular fight in the game which actually offers you a decision. If you have enough alignment points towards Chiaki, you can side with her, which prompts a fight against Futomimi. If you side against her, or don't have enough points, you fight the Archangels Uriel, Raphael, and Gabriel instead. But for the sake of completion, I elected to do both fights, reloading in order to do so. Okay? Okay, cool. Thanks. Back to the show. Sorry to interrupt.
No, he's too far gone. Deus, continue your ritual. I shall end this fiend myself. Your hands will not be stained with the blood of another soul.
Futomimi, like Sakahagi before him, has also seen a dramatic upgrade. He's gone from 5,500 HP to 20,000, dropped Lunge for Fangbreaker, a new hard-type move that lowers your physical attack on hit, picked up Might for his basic attack, and also swapped Mute Gaze for Biden Blast. That motherfucker stole our move! And since Futomimi gets the first turn, it's entirely possible, if he gets lucky and you don't resist physical, for him to kill you before you even get a turn. I'll show it off one time. Alright, there we go. But for all his substantial changes, and he does have them, he's unfortunately susceptible to one crucial design flaw: having absolutely nothing but physical attacks. So for the sake of maximizing damage, we go in without resist physical, and we just need to survive the first hit without resistances.
NANI?!
Futomimi, I will carry on your legacy. Robin, for the sake of all the mannequins, I will fight to the end to win their freedom.
Hold on, Returning to the before timeline, I went back to Ongyoki to finally take him down. However, I still didn't have Void Death, and I was nowhere near fighting Beelzebub either, so I decided to make use of a different strategy. The Luster Glitch. Recall, if you will, my explanation of the glitch. The Satraja Rock will luster your entire party, and the Mirage Rock will buff the entire... Someone in my stream chat asked to see what the game would do if I did that in the Ongyoki fight.
What?
Let's not do that. The reason for this is a strange interaction with the Luster Glitch and Ongyoki's Replicate. See, all of the Ongyokis are technically the same Ongyoki. Something about an all-target Luster Candy buffing Ongyoki and the Replicates, while the game knows it needs to be deleting said Replicates, causes the game to softlock, with all but the music completely ceasing to function. However, this brings up the obvious next question. What if our attack is single target? Thankfully, we have multiple single target options that affect enemies. The Spyglass is an easy one, but the basic attack also functions for some weird reason. Now, I don't know the exact reason for this, so I'm not going to pretend to. But if we hit a Replicate with the Luster Glitch, the game knows we hit, but also knows that we affected the true Ongyoki as we buffed him. So it banishes every other Ongyoki from reality, including the
we're not
real
done
one.
yet, Becky.
And while the Replicate can absolutely go into the pattern where he summons more of himself, which does recreate the true Ongyoki, he can also just swing for damage, which means all we need to do is hit the duplicate one more time, and we leave Ongyoki falling through time and space. Who knows where he'll end up? With Ongyoki banished, I returned to the Pale Rider fight now that I had Retaliate, and shockingly, that made all the difference. Drain Fighter from Gehenna combined with Void Ice gives me coverage on all of the fight's elementals. And while I do still have to deal with physical, Retaliate allows me to drop the skulls while also tacking damage on. This was shockingly all I needed for this fight. My overall game plan was solid enough that I just needed a small amount of extra gas to push me over the edge. With Pale Rider dead, I no longer needed Void Ice. And it was at this point I could finally make a pivot I'd been waiting to make. See, I said I was avoiding taking Dante until I had Void Electric. And we've technically been able to take that for quite some time, ever since we got the Narukami Magatama from Thor. But in Hard Type, one skill prior to learning Void Electric, we learn a new move. And this move was the single factor that pushed me to holding off on Void Electric until now. Because we've been waiting on this for a while. What could be worth that much, you ask?
I have the power of God!
I'm sure anyone who's familiar with Nocturne's base game knows how strong Frey Kugel is. Mjolnir is an electric-type Frykugel. Same power, same raw force. I avoided grabbing Void Electric because I knew the second I did, I was also grabbing this. I knew I was upgrading to grab an extra 100 damage to just lay people out. Sure, I can't focus anymore,
but just look at the power I've gained.
We use this to make our way down to Dante to push his shit in. Death Touch and Beads keep us alive, while Retaliate pushes Dante lower and lower until he reaches his second phase. At this point, he swaps to exclusively using Round Trip and Whirlwind. If you've suffered any debuffs from E and I, use this opportunity to rebuff and heal up. You're basically completely safe during this segment. Once you hit his third phase, Dante adds Showtime to the rotation, so you'll want to kill him sooner rather than later. On the one hand, Showtime isn't the scariest thing in the world. 2 Showtimes leaves us with 35% HP left, which we can easily Death Touch off. However, since E and I, Provoke, and Rebellion are now back in the rotation, Dante now has one-shot potential, and Bullet Time means he can status you into a kill shot. Do not give him any breathing room. Keep the pressure on, and with a bit of luck, Dante goes down. With Dante dead, we head back to Mifunashiro.
What do you mean? He would never do something like that.
I foresaw it the day I met him. Deus. Madness before he can make his way through.
What the? How did you?
Who said Bites the Dust isn't a skill in this game? As I said earlier, the Archangels of literal fucking heaven are who you fight if you go against Deus. Gabby, Raph, and Uriel have changed their kits, but not exactly their strategy. Aside of all of them now having 13,000 HP, Gabriel remains the premier source of damage, though she swaps Holy Wrath and Radiance for Zeodyne and Blight, which actually gives this fight a poison chance. Raphael drops Diarahin for Diorama and Mediarama, probably because Diarahin would be silly on this team, and his Tetracorn is still AoE in spite of Hard-type changing Tetracorn and Makara single target, so that's fair. And Uriel has picked up the Radiance that Gabriel dropped, while still retaining Prominence and Megiddola. Thankfully, Void Electric locks down most of Gabriel's kit now, and Drain Fire stops Uriel's most damaging option in Prominence. However, they lack Dekunda or Dekaja, meaning if they let you Luster up and Warcry and Fog Breath them down, you basically already won. Focus down Raphael first to get rid of their healing, and then focus on whichever Archangel you want dead first. I recommend Uriel, but it's totally up to you. From there, Deus evolves into Ball Avatar and
I am Bahal Avatar, paragon of virtue, bringer of justice. I will bring about a kingdom of peace in honor of those who have lost their lives. The next time I find you, Robin, I will not forgive you.
I'm starting to think I'm the bad guy here. Regardless, with Mifunoshiro completed, the pace completed, and with it, the way to Trumpeter. Is there any chance I could just, Hell yeah! We could make our way to the diet building right away, but before we do that, I handed off one of my many cheerleaders to die in the mines. After around 7 moon cycles pass, this dude will walk the demon you give to death in order to bust through. I recommend grabbing any 2 chests that aren't the one to your immediate left, as that one contains the Keymon stone we came here to get. It's useless to the guy, so he gives it to you anyway. From there, head north from the Asakusa tunnels and unseal the temple, revealing my favorite PTSD trip, the Shaman. The Shaman's first fight is actually quite unique now. He's hit in the second fight to an entirely new one. Prominence is dropped via Via, a heavy random target move with a chance to stun. Holy Wrath and Diarra are dropped for Sukunda, Sukukaja, Taunt, and Deathbound, making him able to nerf your accuracy and defenses while also making him harder to hit. And of course, his HP increases from 4,567 to a whopping 33,000. And he swaps his Fire Repel for Force Repel, while also now being neutral to Fire and Ice. He also has Attack All, but we don't exactly care about that. He also still has Hasahapa for crit fishing and Focus to boost his physical attacks to insane levels. All of these things make the Shaman 1 a much more potent combatant, and debatably more difficult than the fight will take later, due to this one not having Deathbound being able to hit once or twice can be scary, so you should always assume it'll hit twice, lest you be caught off guard. Thankfully, he doesn't start using buffs and debuffs until you do enough damage, so you'll have some setup time. So long as he's friendly to your buff state, you can Alright. Wind Cutter. An actual attempt. Alright. Bloodbath. Alright. I think we're actually on pace. 4292. Yeah, no, we're lower. We're lower. We are lower. Well, Beverly hits once. It can hit twice. Alright. We're 2,000 damage shy. So, we're gonna need some big crits. Okay, wait. Maybe. Maybe. Okay, hang on. So I just did 29. Let me pull up another calculator real quick. Because we might have it, or we might need a gamble. So 29 times 3 is 87. I think we got it. I think we got it. I think we have it. I think we've got it. I think we got it. I think we've 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 got it. We fucking got it. We fucking got it. Get the fuck out of here, you fuck. Yeah! Considering it took me over 100 attempts last time, I'd say 67 attempts is pretty solid. With the final candelabrum obtained, the world was now open to me. I could safely learn whatever skills I wanted and move on towards the endgame. Here's what I would say if I wasn't facing a new problem. See, remember when I said I leveled 100 times? Well, with those 100 levels, plus an extra one to learn Bloodbath, I was at level 211. And Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne caps you at level 255. Remember what I said earlier about learning skills? We are only offered new skills when we level up. So if we hit level 255, we can't level up, meaning we can't learn new skills. This means we are 44 levels away from being locked into whatever skills we have at the time. We needed to fit every single skill change we need for every remaining boss into those 44 levels. And if we fail to do so, we softlock the entire challenge 120 hours in. It was at this point I began to absorb every resource I could. I called on Ash Coop's videos on solo hard-type with 2 press turns, Jim Reaper's low-level runs, I texted all my SMT buddies, Zephyr, Jaffinator, King Titanite, Deus, all of whom were integral parts of me forming a strategy to plan out the rest of the ride. Not to mention, all of those who tuned in for a stream or two to toss in their 2 cents. I've been playing the villain this entire time, but it was around this point I started to realize it wasn't just me who wanted to see this done. For the first time, what I was doing dawned on me. I was walking truly untreaded ground. People thought this run would be impossible, but now... Now we looked ahead and saw possibility. When I started this run, it was a bit tongue-in-cheek. The assumption I might fail in my mind. Now, failure didn't seem like an option anymore. I was so close.
I'm just gonna end. You know what, guys?
And now I saw just how many people I had at my back.
I'm gonna end the stream here. Oh my god, this is... Oh my god. Okay, the strategy I'm gonna be... Alright, the strategy I have in mind is... The strategy I currently have in mind is get camera up while working towards Xploud. And once that's done, switch solely to getting slacking, and then start working on, and then do the gym whiteout strategy to get experience a little bit faster. I am done. I am tired. I'm supposed to be doing something